welcome to my live stream. I know it's been a couple days since I've streamed anything, but hopefully you guys don't mind that, whoever will watch the VOD of this. I'm here joined with my buddy Radio for today's stream.
Hello, everybody.
And he's gonna watch me play some Genshin. Because I kinda want to show him what this game's about. Now,
Yeah, I've heard of this game, but I have never actually gotten the chance to play it.
yeah, this game is fun, but it is grindy.
Okay.
I gotta do a thing with this. Come on, where's the settings? Gotta go here. There we go. Now I can exit that. Hide that. Do that. Come over here. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, sorry about that. The avatar wasn't moving its mouse, so I had to quickly fix that.
Okay. Just to let you know, Rusty, the bot commands worked, so the server got a notification that you just went live.
Awesome. That's great. I wanted to test that out.
Yep. I think you're actually the first person that bot's worked for so far.
And it went to the social media tab, right? No. The bot commands.
Yeah, it went to bot commands.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, at least we know that works now.
Looks like Timaeus isn't here today. Customers? Oh, pardon me. Are you looking for Timaeus? No. Just strange for him to not be around. Paimon always sees him standing here. I see. He was called away by Albedo a little while ago. I was called over to attend to the store. I'm Sucrose, Albedo's assistant. If you have any alchemy-related queries, you could always ask me. I do my best to help.
No need to be nervous.
Huh? Do I look nervous? My apologies. I don't get out too often. I'm usually in the laboratory where there aren't many others to talk to. If you need any help, just call my name. If not, I'll be reading a book. Over there. Thanks. No worries. We're all clued up on the basics of alchemy, aren't we? Hey, aren't you the legendary traveler? The one who repelled Storm Terror? I've heard so many stories about you. Always wanted an opportunity to research you up close. What do you mean, research? Sorry, don't mind me. What am I saying? Still, you'd definitely be able to help Albedo. It is you, after all. There's that name again, Albedo! Is he also an alchemist in Mondstadt? Apologies, I never introduced him. Albedo is the Knights of Favonia's chief alchemist. He's also Timaeus and my teacher. But Paimon's only ever seen Timaeus teaching alchemy. So that means Albedo is a teacher? Yes. He's dedicated himself to investigating the truth of this world, and has made many an important breakthrough. We often get alchemists coming to Mondstadt from all over Teyvat, seeking his help. They say that the subtlest of guidance from Mr. Albedo helps him to solve the most unfathomable of problems. Wow! Paimon didn't know he was such a big deal! Still, it seems that he's encountered a problem in his research recently. Every time I see him, he has a concerned look on his face. I'm sure that Albedo would love to hear about your incredible exploits. I know it would bring him lots of new inspiration. Albedo is a true gentleman. He'll be sure to pay you back in equal measure for helping him out. Paimon doesn't need any help in that department. But if Albedo wants to pay Paimon back for helping him, a few mora might settle the score. Albedo and Tamaze will be conducting research in the mountains right now. I'd love to take you both to see him, but somebody has to attend to the store. I'm afraid you'll have to go to the entrance to the pass and look for him by yourselves. Look out for a refined gentleman with the presence of a true scholar. And... sorry. That's the best I can do. You'll have to do your best. Hey, stop worrying. We got this.
So now we gotta go help a scholar.
Sucrose is a whole lot less nervous when she gets talking about alchemy and research, huh? Is that what all researchers are like?
Probably not all.
Anyway, let's go and look for Albedo.
I guess I'll post an expedition at the Adventurers Guild.
So what do you think of the art style so far?
I mean, it's actually pretty decent. I like it. It reminds me a little bit of our cartoonish Last Remnant. The Last Remnant is frick, if I remember correctly. I would say it's either on the same wavelength as the Final Fantasy series. It's a really good game. Very short though. I beat the whole game in like four hours at most, I think.
Well, you mean the remake?
The Last Remnant.
The Last Remnant. I don't think I've heard of that one.
Let's see. I actually want to play Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, I'd love to play that in the remake of it.
See, I played Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. Yeah, I beat it in 4.5 hours. But yeah, I played Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core for the PlayStation Portable when I was like 20. It was about 8 or 9 years before Damon was born.
Alright.
I loved that game. It was freaking amazing. Because Crisis Core is, I think, set 7 years before Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But I like the art style of this game. The voice actors are pretty good as well. I have to give that credit as well. The colors and stuff. Whoa, did you just change genders like super fast? What? Oh, they're class or teammates, right?
Yeah, they're my teammates.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa, that was cool.
Yeah, so this is the one that I use as a main right now. Is the Traveler, and they can be either a boy or a girl. But for this instance, I chose a boy. But you can pick a girl, and it doesn't change anything, but except a couple of dialogues here and there, and that's about it as far as I can tell.
Is this like an MMO game or a self-contained?
It's a bit of both.
So it has online elements, but single player?
Yeah, it's mostly single player, but it does have online elements to it.
Is this like co-op or what?
You can have co-op in this game.
Huh.
But they still gotta fix the co-op in my opinion because, well, once you get into co-op, the second person can't do anything other than fight enemies.
So they can't accept quests or anything like that?
No, they can't do much on your world.
Wow.
What is this? Oh, interesting. Apparently there's a new game going on in the game. There's a new update. Oh well. Was it a new event? Yeah. There we go. So what I like to do is I just like to fast travel to the daily commissions that I can do, and get those done.
Yeah, that makes sense. Get the daily quests out of the way and stuff. So I'm watching your Twitch as well, and my mic is like super muffled on audio. I have no idea why.
It's something I probably have to fix.
Yeah, not a big deal. At least I don't sound like a prepubescent 12-year-old.
Yeah.
I'll protect us. Go, Barbara, go!
So what level are you?
I am 79 out of 80 right now. And for the adventure rank, which is a different form of level, I'd have to wait a second to let you know that.
Okay.
There you go, that commission is complete. I haven't been able to do really anything because of, I got locked into that one cutscene. I'm just trying to grab a few things here and there before I move on to the next commission.
So is there like a limit to the commissions that you can take per day or what?
Yeah, they only give you 4 a day.
Ah. I'm assuming that this game you have to pay for.
No, it's free to play. This game is free to play.
Really?
Yeah, it is free to play. It takes a little bit of a computer to run, even though it is running very well with my computer, which isn't the best.
Is it on Steam?
No, it's a standalone thing.
I think I'll take a look and see what we got.
But I will say this, it is a gacha game.
I don't know what that means, to be fair.
Basically it means you can go to a screen like this, and you can pull characters and weapons and shit like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So
I have one of those on my phone called Guardian Tales. Okay, cool.
yeah, I've been having an issue with pulling things though. Not necessarily because it's been screwing up, but because even though like with this with this it says Zhongli up, and if I go to details, it says that there's a 50% chance for this one specific character to drop, and same with these characters, right? But I don't get those, and if I do get one, which is not very often, it's the same character over and over again.
Swift and merciful.
There are classes?
Yeah, there's your greatsword users, there's your magic users, there's your range users, and then there's your longsword users. And in each of those, there's certain elements that you can use. Like your main character, as of right now, he can use two different styles of elements. One is the wind one, which I currently have, which is called Animal, and the other one is called Geo, which is rock, ground, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, okay, makes sense to me.
Now I find the Animal to fit the Traveler very well, but the Geo, it doesn't fit him super well. Not because I don't think it fits, like not because I don't think it's a good thing, the Geo, but it's because of the movesets that Geo has.
Okay.
But because they've built some of the moveset of Geo to be activated via the real world, like you can use his move to activate some things in the real world. I don't think they're ever going to change it. Also, because well, I'm not really a big streamer yet, so even if I was, I don't think they'd change it for me because it works
Yeah, why if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
pretty much.
I've got about 4 minutes left before the download is done. I might give this game a shot. I don't know.
Well, it's a fun game. I would love to see you try it from the beginning, because I am quite a ways into the game. Like basically all the story stuff is done already.
Let it rip.
Add astro... Add a...
There we go. Yay, BP level 35.
Let's dance.
Was that not the right house? Which house was it? Could have sworn this was the house. Oh well. Okay. Oh, that one. Okay, so I gotta go over there. Hello there, poor Jewel.
Sister Rosaria! So here you are! Choir practice is about to...
I've told you already, I don't go in for that kind of thing. I've got more important matters to attend to.
Oh, but this event has commemorative significance. The church hopes that all sisters will be present.
Hopes? That's odd, because I don't recall a fulfill the hopes of others clause in my job description.
I mean, sure, but...
But what? You're the event organizer, aren't you? Do you not find it the least bit odd?
What do you mean?
This far out from Mondstadt at this hour? Even if you set out right now, I'll wager you'd still miss the opening ceremony. Who knows? Maybe this is someone's grand plan to make a fool out of you.
Huh? Well, that can't be. People aren't like that.
Evidence decides what people are like, not your feelings. Maybe you're a little too trusting of other people. Don't fret, nobody's gonna blame you if you go back empty-handed. I can't imagine anyone else was delusional enough to think I was gonna show up. But if you dally any longer, you really won't make it.
You're right. It's a very important commemorative event. If I'm late, then... right, I've gotta get going.
Huh.
Seems like that sister's an expert in making people believe anything she wants.
I thought I heard something. Who are you and why are you eavesdropping?
We'd better watch out. She seems like a dangerous villain. Or a trickster at best.
Oh, really? I'm a member of the long-standing Favonius Church. You're an eavesdropping pixie from who knows where, and you think I'm the trickster?
Wait, she heard that? But Paimon was whispering so quietly.
And as for this outlander you seem to be following... So it's you, the honorary knight that saved us from Storm Terror. Well then, given your status, I won't press you on your reasons for eavesdropping. Otherwise, depending on your answer, I could have arrested you on the spot.
What? Do the Sisters of Mondstadt have the authority to arrest people now?
We can't go turning a blind eye to hidden dangers, can we? Why shouldn't sisters have a sense of justice?
That doesn't sound right. But Paimon can't think of a good comeback.
Let's talk about you. What are you doing in the
Was
mountains?
pretty good.
We're looking for the guy.
If it's him you're after, I made a point of noting his tracks. Many people have made their way up after the snowstorm. Let's hope they're still there.
So, are you also looking for him?
No, this is just a professional habit of mine. I sensed elemental traces in these tracks. Never hurts to be vigilant. I couldn't care what you think. Come on then. I'd like to see what he's up to anyway.
Rosaria said there were elemental traces in the tracks. They should show up pretty clearly with elemental sight.
Yeah, that they should.
You know, little pixie, your ability to appear and disappear at will is very interesting.
Yeah?
After committing a crime, you'd be able to leave the scene without a trace.
It's getting colder and colder. Rosaria, aren't you freezing?
Me? I'm alright. I got used to operating in adverse conditions a long time ago.
Huh? Seems like there's more to being a sister in the Favonius Church than Paimon realized.
I really wish I could change the button that this elemental sight's on.
Is that Albedo? Why would he hang around a place like this?
The word on the street is he loves painting. He'll hang around anywhere for a good landscape. The views and scenery here are pretty good. Potential paintings everywhere you look.
But can't he see those hilly churros? Isn't he in danger? Uh-oh. Looks like we startled them. Enough talk. Let's take them out of the picture first. Go, go, Barret!
Who are you? Why did you alarm them? Thank the gods I'd already completed my painting. Would have been a shame to leave these particular hilly trails unfinished.
What's up with painting hilly churros? What makes them so interesting?
I'm afraid the answer isn't easy to explain. If you'd like to have a look at my painting, it may give you a clue.
Wow! Look at the detail! But some of it seems to have been done in a hurry.
You can find these hilly trails anywhere. Quite boring, in fact, and worth closer inspection. But take a look at this specimen. The build, the coat, and there's a distinct force at work here. In the cyclical lives of such primitive communities, such unique attributes are an indication of evolution at work. Evolution, the transition from nothing into existence, from the known to the
Hold your horses. Something tells me we're in for a thesis and I haven't got the stamina. We found your man. I'm headed back.
What? Don't you have any questions for him? Hey! Ugh, what a weirdo.
So Sister Rosaria brought you. Surprising. And I didn't have time to thank her. But back to the point. From her words, it seems that you were looking for me?
Mm-hmm. We met a girl in Mondstadt, Sucrose. She said you were stuck with your research.
I see. So Sucrose sent you here. Then, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the honorary knight. You've got the whole of Mondstadt talking. I've heard a bit of everything. Your actions during Storm Terror's attack, your elemental control, and quite a few other mysterious things. I'll skip to the conclusion. There's only one possibility after all.
Be right
You
back,
came
Rusty.
from far,
Alright.
from another world, correct? Excellent. If I could procure your assistance, I think my research would benefit enormously. Forgive me. This must be confusing. Where should I begin? The essence of life?
Whoa! You want to start with that?
You're right. Giving a demonstration would be better than trying to explain. For example, awakening life. Breathing new life into fallen leaves.
You can do that?
However, I have a particular seed in my possession. The method I'm talking about has produced no results. It's like you, in that it hails from another world, helping it to grow, to bloom. That's the problem my research is up against. That's where I need your assistance.
Well, if you're struggling to figure it out, Paimon's not sure we're gonna be much assistance.
I beg to differ. I'm unable to comprehend the intricacies of life outside of the known world. But you're not from the known world. By observing and researching you, I may just be able to find a way to get the seed to sprout.
Shall we just get out of here? This sounds a little freaky.
It's possible. But I will do everything in my control to ensure your safety. Time for a change of surroundings. We should be going. There's research to do.
Albedo and that traveler seem to have hit it off. Takes a weirdo to know one, I guess. I wonder, does this constitute a risk to Mondstadt?
Huh. Rosaria sure works in mysterious ways.
Paimon has a question. After the seed sprouts, will it grow into anything?
I don't know. But I feel the importance will lie in the method, not the endpoint. Using alchemy to awaken otherworldly life into that would constitute a big leap in my understanding of the essence of life. After awakening, even creation may be possible. Still a little difficult to understand?
No! Paimon's got a brain! But what's the seed gonna become? Isn't that that more interesting than whatever it was you were saying?
Well, if it turns out to be a delicious fruit, dinner's on me.
Yay! Paimon's holding you to it.
Hmm?
Well, let's just say I, occasionally have to look after a child. Another lengthy explanation, I'm afraid. I suppose it's one of the few non-alchemy related disciplines I'm any good at. The subject of my first research was the elements. In this world, manipulating the elements requires a vision. Though I can't see anything resembling one on your person, how you're able to freely manipulate elemental power is something I'd like to ascertain. I've got a few questions in that regard. Firstly, do you have any extra organs? A second heart? A fourth stomach? Things of that nature. Fascinating. And this floating child is connected to your body in some way?
What a stupid question! Can't you see the gap between us? And another thing, it's Paimon, not floating child.
I was merely considering the possibility that you were an external organ. Perhaps there is some invisible force connecting you. Oh, that rules out that possibility. I wonder, did Paimon guide the elemental power to you? But that would mean that Paimon's elemental power would be enough to break through a mountain rock at least 10 meters thick, or cause the waterfall south of Springfield to flow backwards. No, that definitely can't be it.
Hey! How would you know anyway?
In that case, it would appear that there's no obvious difference between the composition of your body and that of the humans in this world. Given that there's clearly a discrepancy in your research, it seems that only experimentation will yield the answers. Firstly, this mysterious elemental power. I'd like to examine exactly how it manifests externally. Let me lure a few slimes to the area. Perhaps you'd be able to defeat them, using whatever method comes most naturally to you.
Huh? Doesn't seem very sciencey.
Direct and clear observation are imperative to a good experiment. This is just a simple exercise. Naturally, if you require a greater challenge, we could bring in 6 Oceanids.
Slimes! Slimes are fine!
Well, prepare yourself. The slimes will be here any moment.
I guess I'm fighting slimes now. Oh boy.
With the wind!
I wonder why this one doesn't have a health bar onto it.
Disappear! Did you feel anything out of the ordinary? If you're injured, I have a few emergency potions ready. Excellent. According to my observations, the manifestation of the external elemental flow is as expected. Elemental reactions are normal. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Now that we know that the external flow is manifesting normally, let's test the internal flow.
Internal flow? How do you test that?
It's very simple. I can use alchemy to create a potion that will extract elemental power. If the elemental power is stored or accumulated physically within your body, this potion may elicit an elemental reaction.
Sounds kinda terrifying.
Don't worry. In the normal course of events, you'd feel some temporary queasiness. No bodily injury.
And in the abnormal course of events?
If anything unexpected occurs, I've made the necessary preparations. Try not to worry. Well, it's not that there aren't any risks involved, but if there is anything blocking your elemental flow, we'll be able to locate it with this test. Just a warning. If an internal elemental reaction occurs for any other reason, that's a bad sign. Yes, that's an excellent way to think about it. Before we get started, the potion we'll use for the test is missing a catalyst. We'll need to find it. It's a type of ore known as star silver, but unfortunately not all of it is suitable. I'll take you to my campsite. We can gather some star silver ore on the way. I'll point out any likely contenders. All going to plan, we should be able to begin concocting the potion when we get to the campsite.
Paimon's still got a few safety concerns, but it seems like there's a silver lining. Let's keep our eyes open.
Huh.
Here, should do for catalyst purposes. This one, usable with a bit of polish. Look, this should be enough. My campsite is just up ahead. I'll lead the way.
Interesting. So I wonder exactly what kind of potion he's going to be making. Like, I understand that the potion that he wants to make is to do with something about the reason why I can wield.
This is my campsite. I've added the materials we collected to the concoction.
Yeah, so I understand he wants to see why I can wield elemental powers without a vision, but I really don't know
While
about
we are
this.
waiting, have a look over here. My assistant Tamea's here is helping me with my research. I'm guessing you may have met in Mondstadt already.
Hello! I've just gotten hold of the data from your experiment. The report is already up on the board there.
Whoa! Look at all the data! You got all these results from one slime battle?
I wouldn't call them results, inferences, and a few daring guesses perhaps. I think the most rational direction would be to expound on the phylogenetic relationship between this traveler and the slimes. Consider, you don't have a vision, but you can manipulate elemental energy. The slimes don't have visions either, yet they too are able to manipulate the elements. Following this line of thought, I'm sure we'll be able to establish a basis in fact.
Not bad for a point of entry. But strictly speaking, slimes are elemental life forms. In other words, beings consisting entirely of the elements. A cryoregis vine, or even a wildflower might be a better analogy. But tracing back the phylogenetic relationships between plants and animals, you might have to trace back to the world's origins. In that sense, things might get difficult, don't you think?
Yes, sir. That sounds correct.
After all, we've got our primary data already. This traveler is a visitor from another world. If it turned out that he did have a phylogenetic relationship with this world, now that really would be something, wouldn't it?
Ah, it would. apologies. I was so excited to get the data. I'll slow down a bit next time. Speaking of data, to complete our research, we'll need some more. I'll be conducting analysis here for the time being. If you're keen for an update, just come and find me.
Great, I'll leave you to it.
Okay, so what do they have exactly for this data?
Looks like the potion's ready. I'll try a little first. If all goes well, I'll hand it over to you. In line with my expectations. Ready to drink. Remember to keep calm at all times, and breathe deeply if you feel unwell.
You gotta open it and drink it, eh?
Tasty? You've got a funny look on your face. You said you tried some already. You sure it was ready? What happened to him?
Oh, this was the result I was expecting. And a very positive one at that. This potion channels elemental power into the body. Under normal circumstances, a repelling reaction is to be expected. But if the internal elemental flow is unimpeded, you'll only experience momentary discomfort. Once the flow is complete, there won't be any other effects.
So you knew you'd be sick and still drank some?
It was my own concoction, of course. Only natural for me to be the guinea pig. Perhaps it's just scholarly self-assurance, and it certainly speeds things up. In conclusion, I'd say we have our conclusion. As far as elemental energy is concerned, you're no different from anyone else in this world. Nothing peculiar.
Aw, Paimon wanted something cooler to happen.
Then again, better an ordinary result than a peculiar result. Peculiar results have a tendency to be of the undesirable variety. The good thing about ordinary is that everything is an object of reference, and everyone understands you. People are the same. They can understand, empathize, encourage, and support one another. When you're sick, a doctor can diagnose you because they are you. When something goes wrong, you can ask people who've made the same mistake for their experience because you are them. But a peculiar person, they don't have much recourse for the things we take for granted. The essence of their life is fundamentally different. For example, a human can't understand the life of a Pyroregisfine or an Eye of the Storm. Have I explained it clearly enough? To sum up, this has been a positive outcome. Going forward, you can use your elemental power without fear. Timaeus, the results of the new experiment are out. If you could see to collating them.
Just a moment, sir. I'll handle it. You gave me a lot to consider. Really stretched my limits. I'm thinking a lot clearer now. Having you down as an animal wasn't very precise of me, but starting with the premise of an elemental life form, now that was...
Not bad. I think it's an interesting line of inquiry. Whatever the truth of the matter, I'd like your research at the fore as opposed to my judgment.
You can count on me, sir. I'll extract a result satisfactory to all.
Is he trying to join the Knights? He's starting to sound like a suck-up. What Paimon meant to say was, that's the spirit? Mr. Albedo, say something.
Before we can proceed with our research, I need to prepare something. Wait one moment. If you're interested, why not have a look around? It may help to pass the time.
Adventuring 41, yay. Alright, so I guess I'm just passing time.
Let's go see him.
Okay.
I'm back. Did you see anything interesting? Not to worry. They're all for alchemical purposes. You'd be hard-pressed to find an everyday use for them. Well, on with the research. There may be significant differences between different worlds. Take Teyvat, for example. Here, those with visions can manipulate the elements, but worlds may well exist where only one person is able to do so, or even everyone. So, leaving elements to one side, do you possess any unique abilities? Ones that don't exist in this world? I think answering this question calls for the same methodology as last time. In other words, time for the next experiment. No. You shan't be required to exert quite so much effort this time around. Now, see this pillar here? Use your willpower to try and break it. That was your best effort? Well, can't be helped, I suppose.
What's with the disappointment? Isn't that, like, impossible?
Have you tried using your elemental power with food? I don't mean for cooking as such. Rather, channeling your power into the ingredients themselves. I'm curious to see how the taste and texture respond. It may even help with proliferation. I suppose I have a curiosity for things that others find surprising. Anyway, why don't you cook us up a sunshine sprat? I've just finished preparing the recipe.
Cooking? Paimon was looking forward to more mad scientist stuff.
Not only is this recipe a staple for me, it's also worth experimenting with and highly nutritious.
Paimon bets you're just hungry. It does sound yummy, though. Okay, Paimon approves. Good buddies are always on the same page.
I'll leave you to it then. Looking forward to the results. If there's anything left over, maybe Timaeus can finish the last morsels.
Paimon doesn't think we'll have that problem. How are we gonna channel elemental power into the food? Maybe try the willpower thing again. Where does... Let's just do it the old-fashioned way.
Alright, well, let's learn that. There we go, sunshine spread.
That was fast. Looking forward to testing the results.
I think he was just hungry.
An average outcome experimentally, but you really brought out the flavor. You seem well versed in the science of gastronomy. As far as the proliferation hypothesis is concerned, we've come up short. Seems like food presents the same headaches in your world as it does ours. Unless... Could it be that the natural laws of this world are limiting your unique abilities?
We just didn't know how to channel elemental power into the food. It's a little more complicated than adding herbs and spices, you know.
Not to worry. At least we put some food to good use. No need to feel disheartened. And here's your portion. Enjoy. I can box it up if you like.
Woohoo! Thanks! Glad you were paying attention.
I can tell that you're good friends. Paimon was keeping an eye on you and your safety during the whole experiment. Not that Paimon would have been able to do much if things had gone wrong. But anyway.
Hey! You were being nice a second ago! But you do have tasty recipes, so Paimon forgives you. And you're right, we are good friends. You have good friends too, right? Good students?
Yes. I'm fortunate too, I suppose. Anyway, moving on to the next experiments. There are all manner of alchemical items here. Keeping them in their proper place is a challenge at the best of times. A while ago, I had the misfortune of misplacing a batch. I managed to retrieve the majority, but 2 vials have been evading me. Animal crystal fly elemental extract and electrohypostasis powder.
Paimon's barely finished eating and you want us to go gathering again?
Don't worry if you can't locate them. I was planning to replace them anyway. Though finding them would save me the hassle. If you had, say, a superpower, like night vision or vibratory sensing, a lost property would be a thing of the past. I must have dropped them somewhere in the area where you were looking just now.
So, guess we'd better take a look. Oh yeah! You could use elemental sight! This must be electrohypostasis powder.
Where is the other one?
Hey, Rusty. I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, I've been watching from my phone while we were gone. We were taste testing new jerkies.
You were taste testing jerkies?
Yeah. We, every once in a while we get this large box of variety packs of different jerkies. You know, gator, zebra, ostrich, buffalo, deer, elk, things like that, kangaroo. And every couple of days we pull out one of each. We all throw them out on the bed and we all pick a flavor and then we cut it into 4 slices and then we try it out
Huh.
and see if we like it. And if we like it, that's the batch we get next time.
Alright, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
Goodness, you managed to find them. Incredible. 1,000 thanks. I'm wondering, this elemental sight, this is what allowed you to locate the items and find me here on the mountains, correct?
Yep. Guess it does sort of count as a superpower, huh?
Unfortunately, though elemental sight is seldom seen, it is not unheard of in Teyvat. Only a never-before-seen otherworldly power would be of benefit to my research.
You mean, we failed again?
Don't be disheartened. This falls entirely within my expectations. Besides, getting these items back, I'd call this a very worthwhile experiment. I have to commend your deduction that the items would contain elemental traces. Right then. Up until now, our research has focused on your otherworldly identity. Our research on your identity as one of us is just beginning. In essence, the differences between humans are reflected in our intellectual and physical capabilities. Let's start with physical. Looking out from where we're standing, can you see what Sucrose is doing? And if you jumped from here and landed on that cliff, the one over there, could you see her then? So what about if you planted a single blow on the mountain face here, and it burst into 1,000,000 fragments? Then could you see her? Then I shouldn't get too excited. Still, we'll gain a more thorough understanding with an experiment. I know of a location that will be perfect for a physical test. Please, follow me.
Oh, he wants me to go up there, okay. Oh, he wants me to go way up there. Priest box. I haven't picked one of those up before. Let's see what that priest box is. A three-piece motif. Shouldn't do. We're open. What am I open? Ah, so it seems like I have to try and find 2 more boxes.
Oh,
You want us to jump from up here?
Not necessarily. Not if you know of a better method, that is. Whichever method you choose, the experiment will end when you reach the opposite shore of the lake. I will factor the time expended and your top speed into my comparative analysis.
The opposite side of the lake. So, we're gonna be swimming?
Without limitations, we complete tasks intuitively, using the method that seems most rational to us. Some of us would be unable to stand the icy waters. Others might find the whole thing rather refreshing. No matter what choice you make, it's all a part of the experiment. For me, every detail is invaluable to the research. Then if you would, please, I eagerly await the results.
Wait a minute. While we're busy testing, what exactly are you gonna be doing?
Me? Recording data, responding to risks, providing emotional support.
So if we do decide to go swimming, you gonna dive in with us?
No. Unless you're thinking of conducting competitive research?
Oh! Forget Paimon said anything.
Gotta warm up for a second here. There we go.
Great work. I've never seen a performance quite like it. Your reputation precedes you, traveler. The data shows that you're easily outperforming the average citizen in Mondstadt.
But you followed us the whole way without breaking a sweat!
Me? Actually, I used alchemy to cheat a little. But anyway, if it turns out that the natural laws of Tavad do not affect you, I should be able to make various inferences about the otherworldly civilization you belong to. If the natural laws of Tavad do affect you, then I shall be able to make inferences into the kind of evolution that would occur under the absence of such effects. The innumerable possibilities that this could present, the captivating insights, it would be something to savor again and again.
But how does this help your research?
You've helped me to unravel many of the problems that were holding it back. When we return to the campsite, I should be able to show you something interesting. I may be about to make some analogies between you and a few unusual specimens. I hope you won't be offended. Gold, petrified trees, a sun 8 times the size of our own. The essence of the investigative process is enthralling, but such feelings are inevitably fleeting in nature. I'm willing to pour all my energy into research, and yet specimens are finite. As the unknown transitions into the realm of scientific understanding, the feeling of enlightenment is lost. All these things that start out as objects of fascination end up possessing the prosaic mundanity of a Sunsetia or a sweet flower. They cease to be noteworthy.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to paint those hilly turtles? Because you got to see something new and interesting and the differences between them?
Precisely. To quote my exact words from earlier, these creatures are, for the most part, quite boring, not worth closer inspection. There is precious little about them that serves to pique my curiosity now.
So after all these experiments, are we gonna be like boring to you? Like some basic draft of a sketch?
Of course not. You have been of great assistance to me, and I will remember this friendship for a lifetime. Now, before we head back to the campsite, there's one more experiment. Intelligence. Follow me. There are some other ruins nearby.
Now I gotta go rooting around on ruins.
Let the show be.
You must have encountered more than a few conundrums during your travels. I'd like to observe your intelligence by means of a practical test of your capabilities, much as we did for the physical test. I'd like you to explore these ruins and return with your findings. There are 2 puzzles located at the far ends of the ruins. After completion, you should be able to activate the mechanism in the center. As with the physical test, there are no restrictions. Everything you do is an action I wish to observe. Remember that this is a test of intellect, so should you get lucky in any way, that won't be factored in as part of the test. So, let's see you in action. Start wherever you like. It's a complex environment, so proceed with caution.
That's one challenge done.
Sealy like these are a common sight in the mountains. Returning them to their rightful places is up to you.
No escape!
Okay, so there was one ceiling, now I gotta find the other ceiling.
Damn, this game is pretty in depth. Holy crap.
Yeah, it is actually pretty in-depth. Where is the other ceiling though?
What are you looking for?
You see that red ball right there?
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking for like a floating red ball. Because I found one over there.
Is that it? Right there to your right?
Right here?
The flashing things.
Oh, you mean that over there?
Yeah.
No, that's not it. It's more orange than red.
Ah, okay.
And I guess it has to stay in this area, since this is where the quest is supposed to be. Right there. I just couldn't see it because it was too far away. Really, game? What the fuck, game? Wow. Are you serious? Why won't you let me climb up? You just let me climb up like not even a second ago.
Is there like some kind of barrier in the way?
No, the game's just being stupid like that.
Ah.
Even though this game is a good game, it definitely has its flaws.
Every major game does.
Like, I constantly run into the... Yeah, see, it's like it's disappearing. But yeah, I constantly run into the issue of where when I'm trying to climb up on something that you should be able to climb up on, I get stopped, which is really annoying. There we go.
It should now be possible to activate the central mechanism. Exactly what will happen when we do is something I'm looking forward to finding out. Oh, seems that the water level has suddenly decreased. We should be able to see what's in the water now. Let's have a look.
I won't let you down.
What's this? To the best of my knowledge, these belong to a script of some kind. They can be found all over Teyvat, but they've never given up their secrets. There's still a lot to learn about them. And as for why they should ever have come to rest here, a true mystery. Let me make a copy first. I'll make time to go over them in greater detail after our research.
Another thing for the don't understand list. unsolvable mystery this, weird experiment that. It'd be nice to get some cool results for once. Seems like if you want the reward, you gotta pay the price.
I've truly gained a lot from all this. Comparatively, the little reward I can offer is too small to mention. Let me return to the campsite first. By the time you get back, I may just have a fleeting miracle for you to witness.
Paimon's kinda looking forward to seeing the result of all this brain ache. Unless you can think of anything better to do, let's head back to the campsite.
Not so fast. You're not leaving until I'm convinced that nothing dangerous is going on here.
What? You didn't leave the mountain?
I most certainly did not. And I've witnessed everything that you and Albedo have been up to. I must say, you let your guards down. Or maybe you were drawn in by his compelling sounding hypothesis and friendly demeanor. Taking orders from a complete stranger, drinking anonymous potions, participating in all kinds of strange experiments? I'd sooner believe you were tricked than that you would be so naive. Or perhaps you were colluding from the beginning.
Sister Rosaria's guard's so high, she can't even see over the top of it.
It doesn't matter what you think. He could be a saint for all you know. But I understand him a little better than you, Outlander. I'm only concerned with one thing. Whether his alchemy has transformed you into something more sinister.
No way! Paimon would have sensed it! And anyway, he didn't even use any alchemy!
With an alchemist of his level, you wouldn't sense a thing. In any case, I'm not about to let a potential threat back into Mondstadt.
So, what are you gonna do?
I've gotta hand it to you. You have your moments. If I can be sure that nothing you came into contact with is dangerous, that's good enough for me. I've investigated everything else. The only items left on the agenda are these symbols.
But we don't even know what they mean!
That much is true. Not to mention, seems like there's nothing more to them. But for insurance purposes, I'd better make a copy. This is now a location of interest. Regular patrols should be set up here. Now then, all things considered, I deem that you pose no immediate threat, which is what I was hoping. I would have been one very unhappy sister if you'd made me work overtime on your account.
Overtime?
Before we go our separate ways, Outlander, a word of advice. Don't be so quick to trust Albedo, and don't repeat the same mistakes that you did this time. You made a lot of rash decisions today.
She's gone! So stubborn.
What was the
Mondstadt
point of
doesn't have
that?
many people like that. Huh. Never mind her. Let's go see Albedo.
I really don't understand what Rosaria's motives were. It really made no sense to me.
You're back. Good timing. I've just about reached the conclusion. You took quite a while. Did you get held up on the way back? I wouldn't worry. She's just doing her job. Time for the results. We got a myriad of data today, and it was very difficult to finish all the research in one go. But the integral preliminary conclusion that I can offer you is you're very much like a human from this world.
You couldn't tell that just by looking? We spent all day working our butts off for that?
Please, I understand that this may have seemed self-evident to you, but in fact, nothing in this world should be taken for granted. Have you ever considered that the world of Teyvat may have a natural hostility to Outlanders? I mentioned the natural laws of this world. You're able to converse with me here without consequence, and nothing seems amiss. But it's arguably a small miracle. The only other life form that, like you, has come here from afar is the seed that I mentioned. Under the effects of Tevat's natural laws, it isn't even able to sprout, let alone bloom. But after I observed you, I had another idea. Imitating you helped to inspire my alchemy. And so,
Oh, it looks like something's appearing.
What kind of flower
the
is that?
transition from nothing into something, from shoot to stem, and now to fruition, is not nurturing otherworldly life, also nurturing the world itself.
Hmm.
It would seem that that's as far as we go. A transient bloom of incomparable beauty. Life's proudest achievement.
Paimon thought with all our efforts, it might have bloomed forever, and it didn't even have any fruit.
Life is a manifold tapestry of free entities. Its value shouldn't derive from how long it stays with us. Even a momentary burst is precious. A short life can be well lived. A life lived efficiently, lived to perfection, is necessarily one unburdened by loneliness. So, do you understand what I meant about us conversing here arguably being a small miracle?
Huh? Things feel a little heavy right now. Don't be sad. You've got Paimon to look after you. Albedo, Paimon really wants to be your friend.
Thank you both. Even if dispelling loneliness is not essential for life, it certainly doesn't hurt. Your help inspired me to discover the means to make a flower bloom. I mean that the time I've spent traveling with you in the mountains was a valuable journey for me. In the future, if the need arises, can I solicit your help again? Well, glad I can count on you. I made a point throughout of telling him how ordinary the results were. But what was that sediment I saw forming at the bottom of the vial? It should not have been there. What could it mean? Those born of earth are bound by its imperfections, but those born of chalk are free of impurities. You and I are alike, both composed of a substance that has yet to be fully defined. If, one day, I lose control, destroy Mondstadt, destroy everything, can I rely on you to stop me?
Huh. So he did have some ulterior motives. But the thing is that his ulterior motive seems to be towards safeguarding, not... That is very interesting.
Looking at a classical case of a white knight, or what?
Well, no, from that little ending dialogue he said, is that when I drink the vial, there's crystals forming at the bottom of it. And you remarked that that should not have happened. And then he went on to say that essentially that he might one day just try to destroy Mondstadt and Tevat itself. And then he said he wonders if I could stop him or the traveler could stop him. So I really wonder what the end goal of that is. Like, the only thing that I can think of is that he was testing me to see if I could potentially be the one to stop him. I honestly have no idea.
Sorry, the whole time you were talking, Damon was out here talking my head off, and I'm trying to listen to you, but he was running his mouth. The last thing I heard was drinking a vial and crystals in the bottom of it.
Basically, he remarked that after I drank the vial of whatever the fluid he made was, is that crystals started forming on the bottom of it, and he said that that was not supposed to happen.
Ah, okay.
So there is something that my character can do, like something not of this world that he can do to make those crystals appear without noticing. But he, like, it's hard to explain. But what he ended up saying afterwards is that he thinks that I could be the one to stop him from destroying not only Mondstadt but all of Teyvat, because apparently he has the power to do so from that last couple lines that he spoke of.
Ah, okay.
But I'm not really sure if that was meant to be like a gag or if it was like some real thing. Like, I really don't know.
It's shocking how much work there is to do, even for the three of us.
And she's been handling it alone all along. The Qixing secretary clearly isn't an ordinary person. It's so frustrating.
Huh? You're... Aren't you Ningguang's servants? How come you're here?
We are Miss Ningguang's private secretaries, not servants.
Have you seen Miss Ganyu, Traveler? It has been several days since Ganyu left for Joyun Karst. She's the general secretary of the Liyue Qixing. We've only taken over her responsibilities until she gets back.
Even though the Qixing have made peace with the Adepti after the latter had denounced Liyue, they still want to pay their respects to the Illuminated Ones. They commissioned Ganyu as their envoy to deliver a letter to Julian Karst and bring the Adepti the latest news about the crisis. Still, Ganyu should have been back to her usual responsibilities by now, but she's disappeared without a trace.
Is that so? Maybe Ganyu just took a little detour. Who can blame her after working so hard?
I'm afraid it's not very likely. Ever since we met Ms. Ganyu, she's been nothing but the most conscientious person in all of Liyue. Even when it's time for her annual leave, Ms. Ganyu stays on duty at Yuehai Pavilion saying there is still so much to do. She couldn't possibly be using her mission as an excuse to slack off.
Oh, Paimon sees how it is. But she's half Adeptus. She wouldn't get in trouble, right? Why do you look so upset?
It's because of this absurd workload of hers. When we first heard the three of us would be taking over for Miss Ganyu, we thought it would simply be a matter of changing our work environment.
We couldn't have imagined that Miss Ganyu's daily workload far exceeds what the three of us are used to doing.
Speaking of Julian Karst, Traveler, I've heard that you can go in and out of there as you please.
Of course! We've been there lots of times!
Oh, that's good news. Could you go to Julian Karst and find Miss Ganyu for us? Preferably before we collapse under this workload. We're saved. I remember Miss Ganyu said that she'd be visiting Cloud Retainer's abode. You might as well start looking for her there.
It's about time she came back to work. Otherwise...
No, perhaps we should go to Lady Ningguang first and bring up our overtime pay again.
That's funny.
So Ganyu left to visit Cloud Retainer. Doesn't she live in Mel Outside? We should hurry up. Paimon hopes we can find her there.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny how they essentially describe this as an important thing. Well, not really an important thing, but it's funny how they describe this entire scenario. One person leaves and you need three people to do it, but yet they're all struggling. It's almost like the real world. You get one person that leaves after doing a job for so long, and you try and get a new person to do it, and they have no idea what they're doing. And yet you hire more people to try and fill in that spot, and yet they all just can't seem to figure out what that one person knows. What was that?
I said, ah, okay.
Well, that's pretty much what it was, right?
Yeah.
Person standing over there. That's Ganyu. We finally found her. Ganyu, here you are.
You two. I did not expect to meet you here. Is it official or private affairs that bring you here? I shouldn't. I have left the human world. Please contact the Yua High Pavilion regarding matters concerning the commercial port.
Huh? You don't want to be the Chising secretary anymore? But they're all waiting for you to come back.
That's why you're here? You want me to come back? I'm afraid you came here in vain.
What? Did something happen?
The clouds fold and unfold. The tide ebbs and flows. It was meant to be. When the Adepti entrusted humans with overseeing Liyue, I knew it was only a matter of time until I had to leave. My
Are you a good
Adepti
puppy?
blood makes me
Oh.
unwelcome in Liyue Harbor.
It's okay.
I delivered
It's
the
okay,
letter
puppy.
and came back to Liyue Harbor, only to discover that I had been replaced by Baiwen, Baishao, and Baishu. Perhaps that mission of mine was just a pretext to remove me. Since the Chising gave me a chance to leave with dignity, I decided to be tactful as well. I appreciate
You're
your
a good boy,
kindness, but
Dex.
there's no need
Alright,
for
go
your
play.
words of
Go
comfort.
on, go play.
After 1,000
Go
years
play.
away, I came back to Julian Karst. Looking at the clouds floating among the mountains brings me peace of mind. I feel better now.
But...
Who disturbs the peace of these mountains?
Cloud Retainer, we're terribly sorry. We just...
One merely jests. One felt your presence the moment you set foot upon this land.
Wow, you Adepti really are impressive.
Come here to chat about the old times with Ganyu. It looks like you get along quite well. The matter leaves you at an impasse then. Not to worry. One is exceptional at seeking avenues for conversation. One has been one's own companion in idle talk for many a year. Yes. Since you are Ganyu's friends, tales from her youth shall one apprise you of, perhaps?
Cloud Retainer.
Nothing to be ashamed of. You were so cute as a child. One is most certain that your friends would like to hear of it.
Oh, Paimon wants to hear it.
Little Ganyu loved when the horns on the top of her head were caressed. When one was still taking care of her, one was pestered most often to touch her horns. She was elsewise loath to sleep.
Wow.
Plump she was back then. Why, when she stumbled while we ascended the mountain, she would roll down to the bottom like a little ball. The day Ganyu bumped into a pilgrim was the first time she saw a real human in the flesh. So fearful she was that she hid in a rock's cleft for 2 days and nights. One found her wailing of a monster she had seen.
Cloud Retainer? Forget it. It's about time for my training. I will take my leave.
One's intention was merely to relieve the awkward tension.
And you did the exact opposite. Impressive.
Be that so? Huh. But returning to Ganyu, most gladdened one is of your arrival. One cannot help but feel that remaining in Jueyun Karst shall not be good for her. One will tell you more about her, if you should permit. Most benevolent among all Adepti are the Qilin. They drink only spring water and eat only whole grain. But perhaps the mountainous dwellings of Adepti in Jueyun Karst might be too lonely for her human side. Under moonlight did one see her last. She stood by the precipice's edge, and upon the mist-veiled mountains she gazed. Her thin figure was immersed in the vast sea of clouds. One noticed her loneliness, and sought to convince her to go back to the human world. But just then, she said thus.
Liyue Harbor feels even lonelier than Jueyun Karst. When I look at the sea of clouds in Jueyun Karst, I merely feel the loneliness of a solitary cloud gazer. When I step into the sea of people in Liyue, I feel the loneliness of an inhuman that doesn't belong in the human world.
One did, by chance, hear this much of Ganyu's thoughts. Alone, she will find her predicament hard to conquer. One hopes that you will accompany her.
Oh, Retainer's right. We can't leave Ganyu depressed like that. Besides, Liyue hasn't given up on her. She's got it all wrong. Anyways, what's that training Ganyu was talking about?
She has sought to reclaim her Adeptus side since returning to Jueyun Karst. At her behest, one has organized training for her to achieve that end. She should be in the southern part of Mount Aotsong right now, preparing for the trial.
Huh, is that so? Let's go take a look then.
This trial will test her spirit. Even so, one hopes that it shall trouble her little.
So it seems like she completely misunderstood what the situation was to begin with, and ran over here to try and become a part of her Adepti side, or Adeptus side. Interesting.
Ganyu?
Why did you come here? Is that so? You really are interested in the ways of Adepti. This trial was prepared by Cloud Retainer. Its goal is to help me feel like an Adeptus again. The training is much to her signature style. I hope it won't make it seem like she is too unaware of the abilities of others.
Is it difficult?
No, I'm aware of your strength, Traveler. The power hidden within you is not inferior to mine. If you're ready, we shall begin the training.
We've completed the task. What do you think? I agree. You possess many qualities similar to those of Adepti, despite having none of their blood.
Ganyu, what were you planning to do once your training was over?
The training's not over yet. The part prepared by Cloud Retainer is only the first trial.
Huh? So there are more trials prepared by other Adepti?
No. The only Adeptus who can unlock my true potential is...
Who is it?
Conqueror of Demons.
Huh. So it's Shao. That cold-hearted loner? How come he's prepared a trial for you?
I found him unapproachable at first, too. But I believe that being able to face him is an important part of my homecoming. He's already waiting for me. Come along if you're interested.
Of course we are! Let's go!
Interesting.
You're half an hour late. I see you still haven't abandoned the wrongful ways of humankind.
I'm sorry. I had a meeting with Cloud Retainer.
I don't need your explanations and don't require any mutual understanding between us. I'm just helping you with your training. That's all.
Shao is such a strict teacher.
You're neither an Adeptus nor a human, always treading the line between the two worlds. It must create a lot of confusion. Instead of explaining yourself to me, you should face your true self.
I have nothing to hide.
The body and the mind are one. If something worries your mind, your body can help you find a solution. The trial I've prepared for you will explore the true potential of your body.
Yes. I'm ready.
Okay, what do I have to do with this?
The trial's begun! Paimon can feel it in the air. Even the weather's changed.
The transport coordinators will probably moan about the muddy mountain roads again, though. We're
I have no idea what that was. I think the... Yeah, there's something screwing up on on the audio of this game, and I don't know what it is.
For Rex Lapis!
Yeah, something's definitely wrong. The game is being very finicky and very jittery for audio.
Rusty,
Yes.
would it be okay if Sarah joined the voice chat?
Yeah, she can join. Hello.
Hello.
Glaze over.
Oh, okay. He's spending the night with Casey, so I actually don't know if he's gonna look at it or not. That's annoying. But at the same time, you know, he's spending the night with Casey, and I can't really fault a dude for being there for someone, so Mark's awesome. He's a good guy.
What game is this?
This is Genshin Impact. Although it's being a little finicky right now.
You could try stopping and restarting the game.
I can't really do that right now.
Ah. Mark and Casey make a good couple, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Submit for judgment.
I'll be right back.
Alright.
So are you still streaming, or just on here streaming?
I'm streaming.
Ah.
Although for whatever reason the audio is being very finicky, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really know why. Like the audio is delayed and glitchy.
I was watching Law and Order last week.
Steady, go!
I think I'm gonna have to start watching them again.
Oh god. Yeah, I literally just got that message whenever I started the server. Mark said it could be a corruption in the file save or something. He's gonna take a look at it. I just don't know when.
But yeah, I just watched the last week's crossover Law and Order.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna be adding that to my series of shows I'm watching. So that's now 5 hours a week whenever they have new episodes.
Out of all the people we know, Mark has to be like one of the strangest guys we know, because he can be mean and cuddly and funny within the same exact sentence. It's really weird, isn't it? It's like, fuck off! How are you? Hi, Casey. What?
Yeah.
He's just one of those strange dudes. Like, I wish we could go to the UK one day so I could have a pint or beer or hang out with him, you know?
I wouldn't be having beer.
Well, yeah, not beer, but I'd have
some sort of a cocktail or something.
All those guys running around with their beers and stuff. I'll be having one of the fruitiest cocktails ever, because I know just drinking one of those will get me wasted way more than their freaking beers will.
Yep.
But I still remember.
Tastes a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, I still remember that Stone Cold Steve Austin did, where he was talking so much crap about the fruity beers, and then whenever people were telling him about like how much alcohol content was in it, he's like, really? Wow. It was great. It was like on a party. Neither am I.
See, we'd have to schedule it to go over at the same time as Maker Central, so that we could go to Maker Central and meet Nick Zametti and everybody and see all that cool shit. I mean, yeah, sometimes his videos get a little annoying. He's a little over the top, but at the same time, he's kind of cool. Definitely makes some really neat looking things.
Let's dance.
This game looks pretty neat.
It is, but there's something wrong with it since you should not be hearing the buzzing sound.
I only hear that on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm hearing that like everywhere I am right now.
Let the show begin.
I really don't know what's causing it, to be honest. Yeah, and the audio is also cutting out for whatever reason.
So, during the fight, watching through Discord, it was fine. For me, anyway.
Yeah,
Seemed synced up fairly well and all.
yeah, I'm really not sure what the hell's going on right now, though, with the audio. It's because I can hear it cut out all the time. And there's even a couple parts that froze.
Yeah, I'm hearing stuttering now on the music and such.
Still a lot left to do.
Yeah, like the voices are good, but it's the music and whatnot that's stuttery.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is very weird.
Let the show begin.
Is this like an online game or is this a single player?
It's a single player game, but it has online pieces to it, like it has co-op to it that you can access.
Because I was gonna say if it's like you have to connect to their servers or something, maybe they're having issues.
No,
But if it's
I believe you can play this game like completely offline. I'm not sure though. But yeah, I'm like really not sure what the fuck's going on with the audio. And it was freezing when I was in mid-fight.
was there an update recently to it?
There was an update, but not super recently.
Because you know how updates are. They fix one thing and break something else every time.
Yeah, it should not be taking this long to get into this.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's something definitely wrong.
I like the graphics though on it.
Well, the graphics are good. I also got enhanced my weapon too. Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday. It is Monday.
She's pretty.
She is pretty. And I only have her for a limited time right now. For essentially this question, that's about it.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does. So she uses the Noblesse Oblige set. Interesting. What about a... Okay, then. Yeah, there's something very wrong. I may have to fucking restart the game. Cause yeah, there's definitely something wrong.
What game did you say it was?
This is Genshin Impact. Yeah, there's so much sound delay, and the game's just like locking up every time I try and do something. Plus, I'm hearing like weird fucking buzzing. So, what we're
I
gonna
wonder
do is
when
we're
I'll
gonna
be
go
as
to
tall as my big
this screen,
sister.
and we're gonna quit the game.
What system are you playing on?
This is the PC.
Okay.
I think something in the code broke, which is causing my game to just tank. Because it was running fine beforehand.
And it's free?
It is free.
Huh. I just might have to try it out.
Let's relaunch it now.
It's on Apple and Google Play as well.
Yeah, and I believe it's also on the PlayStation.
Yeah, PS5, PS4. So I'm like, no, I'm not putting that on my phone.
No, it's more for PC and PlayStation. At least that's how I like to play it. And now it's completely frozen? Huh.
We'll have to give it a try sometime. I downloaded it and stuff already. I'll have to give it a try sometime. Interesting.
Or at least it got past the loading screen.
There's an update for Steam. Interesting.
I shall return in a moment. I'm gonna see if I can hunt down my pizza.
Deep freeze.
Okay.
Okay, well, it seems like that little story quest got reset because of how freaking buggy
I'll protect us.
things were.
That sucks.
Well, it didn't set me too far back, it just set me to the last checkpoint.
What kind of pizza did you get, me love?
There's only one in there.
Okay. Hey, there's only one pizza in the deep freeze, Rebecca?
You're half
Not
an hour
counting the
late.
Totino's.
I see you still haven't abandoned.
I'm sorry.
Square
I
rectangle
need your
ones that go in the pizza pizzazz. Have you eaten dinner
Instead
yet?
of
I
I mean,
I
something.
have nothing to hide.
It's past 8. I'm doing
the
dishes.
trial I've
Yes.
Okay, let's try this again.
Healthy body, healthy mind.
That was much faster.
The trial's begun! Paimon can feel it in the air. Even the weather's changed. No touching. Access denied. Next on the agenda, all hail. We're way no touching. Born of ice and frost. Next on the agenda. This is long overdue. Let the show begin. Come on, we can do it. Born of ice and blaze on.
Next on the agenda. You're way beyond. Next on the agenda. No touching.
There we go. Sorry for not showing so much of that battle on Twitch, but I kind of forgot to change the camera back. But it's basically just the same thing as last time, but just better and faster.
I've completed your trial.
You don't have to report back to me. Seeking other people's validation won't benefit your training. Only you can evaluate the result of this trial. You'll progress faster that way.
Understood.
Xiao always has such strong opinions.
From tomorrow on, I'll start raising the difficulty of your training, so you'll have to...
I have to do what?
Another one of those pesky visitors. I'll leave him to you, Ganyu.
Why do our cars have to be roadworthy, but the roads are not car-worthy?
So even here,
Great question.
there are those that Xiao can't deal with.
Right? My sister pictured that.
Oh,
Great.
blessed be Rexalpus.
Yeah,
I finally come upon the Adepti.
You got a good point there.
All of you the
Exactly,
Adepti
that
of this
meme where
mountain?
the guy's like, hey,
Great. My
wait a
name's
minute.
Sung Jung. I came to ask for your merciful blessings, O
Like,
Adepti. I beg of you, please grant me luck, wealth, and a good career.
Oh, so it's a pilgrim. Huh. He can handle any battle, but talking to strange humans is a different story, huh?
I am also one of the Adepti. You can say that I'm an Adeptus in training.
Perfect. I didn't come in vain then. Although you sound a bit half-hearted. Doesn't matter. What blessings can you grant me?
Wow, straight to the point, huh?
Dear Pilgrim, you shouldn't jump to conclusions. Adepti don't help every pilgrim for free.
For free? Do you mean that you charge people for the blessings of the Adepti?
That's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is that everything should be earned through hard work and earnest living. It would be unfair to other people if you got everything you wanted for no reason.
Hold on. I've heard this all before. You're just like my old man, always nagging me.
Your father must have experienced it firsthand. The lives of the
Yeah, I had
common folk are
messaged
riddled with hardships,
Ezra about
but are also full of joy.
busted beam on the
A person of your
bridge,
age should focus on work
and
family,
he was like,
instead of
holy
chasing after
moly.
fairy tales.
I said, yeah, and it was
you
first
a
spotted
real
in
Adeptus?
2019 and never reported. Same guy
speak and
failed to report it
behave
in
like a city
2020
folk.
too.
You
Thankfully,
sure
they
you're
had a
not one of
different
those
crew this
swindlers
year.
who
He's like,
pose as an
what?
Adeptus to cheat people out of their money? Ugh, how
That
dare
is
you reprove me?
Terrifying. I hope that guy
bet you
faces
came here
criminal
working for the
freaking
Adepti
charges.
yourself.
Someone could have ended up dead. A
Sorta
lot
have
of people
point.
could have ended up
We
dead.
did come here looking for Ganyu after all.
And now a lot of
Enough.
businesses and everything
Doesn't
are,
matter if you're a real Adeptus or
particularly
not. You're
trucking
useless.
businesses, are
I'm
going to
leaving.
suffer financially.
Nobody's
Like,
stopping you.
jeez.
Ganyu, don't let that guy ruin your mood.
It's not his behavior. The things he said. He was right. I thought that coming back to Jueyun Karst and devoting myself to training would make me feel like an Adeptus again. But being questioned by him made me realize that But I'm unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. As an Adeptus,
It's true. Just believe us.
Alright. I'll go with you to Liyue Harbor. That said, I still trust my initial judgment. If I'm proven right, I'll return to Jueyun Karst once again.
It's a step in the right direction. Let's go.
I'm still...
Come on, Ganyu! We're almost there! You don't want to turn back now, do you?
I suppose you have a point. It would be quite impolite of me to leave the two of you now.
That's right! Where do you want to go first, then?
I've spent too much time in the mountains. The first thing that comes to my mind is the sea. Let's go for a walk in the port.
Happy to come with.
So, I guess I'm just taking Ganyu to go sightseeing then?
The sound of the waves in this familiar port. The smell of the sea breeze makes me nostalgic.
Ganyu, you didn't leave Liyue for that long. Why do you look so moved?
Well, I used to be so busy. I haven't taken a stroll around here in a long time.
Huh, that's true. Ganyu seemed to be working all the time.
Well, when I think about my time here, I've spent most of it behind a desk filing documents. It put me in a certain mood, similar to the one I felt during my training in Juyun Karst, in fact.
Isn't it little Miss Ganyu? I wouldn't have thought I'd meet you here. You were always so terribly busy.
This old man called her Little Miss Ganyu.
Allow me to introduce Uncle Tien. He is...
That's all right. Just tell them the truth. They have done so much for Leo after all, and I am the one who has yet to introduce myself.
Uncle Tien is a member of the Liyue Qixing, the Tianshu.
What? This grandpa is a member of the Qixing? The same rank as Ningguang?
Hush now. I must ask for your discretion concerning my identity. Fishing in the port and strolling about are the greatest pleasures of my life. I have no wish to be followed around by those armed guards. In those people's eyes, I'm just a forgetful and wordy old man.
Uncle Tien is too modest. He's been around for a long time. There's no one who can replace a person of such noble character.
Oh, little Miss Ganyu. Your kind words make me feel that my decades of hard work haven't been in vain.
Uncle Tien, a person of your standing should really stop calling me Little Miss Ganyu.
My apologies. It's not intentional, just a childhood habit of mine. Thank you for looking after me when I first ascended to my position in the Qixing.
Oh, so you've been friends for many decades now, huh?
Oh, I was just fulfilling my duties as the Qixing secretary. It's nothing worthy of your gratitude.
Talking about secretaries, I don't know if I should bring it up. Ganyu, I believe you know my daughter, Weixing. She seems to be a bit troubled recently.
Yes, she works at Yue High Pavilion and she's my junior. How can I help her?
I don't know myself, really. She's all grown up now, doesn't like to ask for my help. May I trouble you to meet her at UI Pavilion? She just needs a bit of guidance.
With pleasure. Solving the Qixing's problems has always been in my job description.
She's back in character, just like that, huh? Let's move them to UI Pavilion.
Miss Ganyu, it's been too long. I don't know why, but seeing you brings me a sense of peace in these chaotic times.
Indeed, it has been a while, Huixin. I'm flattered, but aren't you exaggerating a little? I heard that you've encountered some problems and came to see if I could be of some help.
My father asked you to come, didn't he? Abusing his status as a member of the Qixing to trouble you.
Don't worry. I'm always happy to help a junior colleague from UI Pavilion.
Ganyu's not only a competent secretary, but also a great mentor.
So, what can you tell me about the problem?
Where should I start? I discovered something strange while organizing tax records. There are obvious irregularities in the tax declarations of two stores, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique. However, whether I question the shopkeepers or check their accounts, I can't seem to make any progress with my investigation. Without any evidence, my hands are tied.
I see. It's not uncommon for merchants to be blinded by greed.
Well, is there any solution you can advise?
Naturally. I've dealt with similar issues hundreds of times. Give me a moment to consider the best approach in this scenario. All right. Let's approach it this way then. Your enemy knows you best.
Huh?
If I remember correctly, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique are old business rivals, competing for market share due to their similar wares. In that case...
In that case... I know what you mean, Ms. Ganyu. Ms. Ganyu plans to let them expose each other.
Exactly. Let's start with Wanyo Boutique. The owner's name is... Bolai, isn't it?
Yes, you're right. Follow me, please.
Yay, running around.
Aha! We meet again, traveler. And you must be from the UI Pavilion? I suppose you're about to place a big order. I'd be honored to offer you my wares.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Bolai. Wanyo Boutique's credit is not sufficient to accept orders directly from Yua High Pavilion. Should we need to place such an order, we would certainly go to Second Life instead.
What? Second Life? Ugh. That rascal Dongshan. He's stealing all of my customers.
Well, Second Life's credit has always been excellent, and based on their tax records, their business is thriving.
Tax records? Thriving?
Huh. Is there anything you'd like to share with us, Mr. Bolai?
Don't let that rascal fool you. I know his dirty tricks best. If you don't believe me, show me his tax records. I'm sure I'll find something fishy in there.
You know Second Life's business so well?
Of course. Ugh, their every transaction makes my blood boil. I'd rather lose money myself than see that rascal make some.
Well then, please look over this tax record. We'll review Second Life's credit based on your observations.
Oh, of course. I'll read very, very carefully. Line by line and word by word. Ah, here, I found it. That exquisite wooden furniture set he bought from Fanmu Carpenters at the beginning of the year. Ugh, he even flaunted it in front of me. Look at the tax record. Not a word about that furniture. And he kept all the profit for himself.
I see. He must have gotten rid of all the documents related to this transaction. No wonder there was no trace of it.
I told you so. Just as I expected. Ugh, I can't wait to watch him squirm.
But, Ms. Ganyu, despite all this, can't he just flat out deny ever making this transaction?
He might have destroyed all the evidence, but I believe the supplier, Fanmu Carpenters, might still have some proof of it.
Aha, you're right. Master Lu from Fanmu Carpenters must still have the invoice. He wouldn't be swayed by the likes of Dongshan.
I hope so. Let's go to Fanmu Carpenters. It should be near Chinksa Village. Thank you for shining a light on this case, Mr. Balai.
Oh, please, that's nothing. I just hope you won't be lenient with him once you find the evidence. That's the best way to show your gratitude.
I'm afraid I can't go to Chinksa Village.
It's all right, Weishin. You can stay in Liyue Harbor and finish your work. Leave the rest to us.
Oh, that's so considerate of you. Still, I'm sorry to trouble you like that.
Jesus, I have to go so far. Good thing I have fast travel points.
Welcome. How can an old carpenter like me help you? I am usually happy to take new apprentices, but I'm afraid I can't take too many at once. But I'm always around if you're keen for a chat.
Chinksa really is full of lonely old people.
Hey, I heard that, Flying One.
I'm sorry.
Master Lu, we've just come to see you and ask you some questions.
Don't worry, I know. You're from the Yua High Pavilion, right? Why would the Qixing care about an old man like me? Well, whatever. You said that you want to ask me something. Ask away, then.
You're very direct, Master Lu. I will be plain. We're looking for proof that Dongsheng from Second Life has been evading taxation. Dongsheng bought some furniture from you at the beginning of the year. Do you still have the invoice or any other record of that transaction?
Oh, it's about Second Life. It was a big order. How could I forget?
Sure enough, Mr. Balai was right. Could we perhaps borrow that invoice? We won't have any evidence to bring against Dongsheng otherwise.
Well, of course you can. But I'm not so sprightly anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
I only do my woodwork and display finished wares here at Fanmu Carpenters. As for old documents and such, I keep them all in a warehouse west of here. But some troublemakers have recently moved there, invading my warehouse. I tried to drive them away, but they just wouldn't leave. Since you need that invoice anyway, it may be best to get it from the warehouse yourself. And while you're at it, you can teach those louts a lesson.
So that's what happened. I see.
I'll leave you to it then. I need to get back to work.
Take back the warehouse, find the invoice. Time for us to show our stuff in a fight.
Wait, I think I saw one of those troublemakers. Ah, over there.
Oh, Paimon sees them too. It's one of the Fatui.
They must be plotting something against Liyue Harbor.
Maybe they're the scoundrels who invaded Master Lu's warehouse.
Ever since Osial attacked the harbor, the Fatui's reputation in Liyue has reached rock bottom. We won't cause a serious diplomatic crisis by getting into some small scuffle with the Fatui within our borders. You need not worry. Besides, I can already feel their malicious intentions. Consider it my intuition as the secretary of the Qixing.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go teach him a lesson.
Well, she will only get into a slight amount of trouble. I wouldn't technically get into any trouble since I don't belong to either faction.
Let it rain.
I think you've had enough. About time you tell us your plan. No?
Plan? What plan?
We just taught you a lesson, but clearly you weren't paying attention. If you don't spill whatever you're scheming against Liyue, we'll be forced to use harsher methods.
I'm telling the truth. There's no scheme.
If you're telling the truth, then why would you, a member of the Fatui, suddenly appear on the outskirts of Qingce village?
Fine. If you really want to know, then, well, I was about to.
About to what?
Pick berries over there.
I must admit, I didn't expect you to come up with such a silly excuse.
It's not an excuse. I rarely have a free morning, and I heard that there were fresh berries in this area. Think about it. I'm here alone, and Qingce Village is nothing more than a retirement spot for old people. What can I be scheming anyway?
Judging by how he's looking at us, it does seem like he feels like he's the victim here.
So you have nothing to do with the occupation of Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse?
Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse? Who's that? I swear, I only came here to pick berries, that's all.
So it wasn't the Fatui who took over Master Lu's warehouse after all.
I also feel that he's telling the truth.
Whoopsie!
I misjudged the situation and offended you. My apologies. Our exchange only represents my personal views. If you wish it so, you can file a complaint to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Exchange? This woman, she's clearly aware that the Ministry of Civil Affairs wouldn't side with us, Fatui.
Yes, precisely. As an alternative, you may try to solve this problem with force once again.
Paimon's in!
Darn you. How can you wear that solemn face when bullying me like this?
What's your choice then?
I'll get back to my berries.
What a bittersweet ending.
I made a laughingstock out of myself. I might have spent too much time away from work. My intuition is not as accurate as it used to be.
No worries. It's always nice to teach the Fatui a lesson.
Let's keep moving towards Master Lu's warehouse. Our goal is to get the invoice after all.
What is that sound?
What sound?
I'm hearing like a scratchy sound again. This time the game is not acting up though.
I think it's Sarah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's static from her mic.
I see.
This is the warehouse. Seems like those troublemakers were nothing more than a few hair churls. Let's show them what we got. Oh, protect us. Go, Barbara, go!
Really, game? I was busy wailing on him, and yet you decided that you had to make him fucking disappear on me. That's one thing I will always fucking hate about these types of games. Is that when you're wailing on an enemy, they just go, nope, I'm suddenly just running away. And all that damage you did, even though you're wailing on me, suddenly fucking disappears.
Let the show begin. one is an invoice from One Min Restaurant. Some dining tables and chairs. That's not it. This one is Wangsheng Funeral Parlors. Oh, so they make coffins too. This one is Second Lives! We finally found it! Let's bring this invoice back to Huishin!
Hey, radio.
Yeah, what's up?
I had to mute Fly for a second or for a bit until she comes back and deals with her mic.
Okay.
Just that constant buzzing is just a little too much.
Oh, Ms. Ganyu, you're back. I hope it wasn't too much trouble rushing about like that.
I promise to help you and I'll keep my word. Nothing to worry about. Look, it's the invoice for the transaction between Second Life and Fanmu Carpenters. We've brought it back.
Oh, thank you so much. Now we can solve this problem.
Agreed. How about we go to Second Life and have a nice chat with the owner?
More running around. Yay. Really? I did not want to climb. I wanted to go around.
Isn't it Huixin from the Yuehai Pavilion? I remember you. I told you that all of my transactions are included in the records. My tax declarations are scrupulous as well. I do hope that my business won't be affected by any groundless accusations.
Groundless accusations? Mr. Dongsheng, you seem very sure of yourself. But I sincerely advise that you cease this behavior immediately. It is liable to affect the fine you'll need to pay in the end.
No. I'm an honest merchant. I would never get involved with any fraudulent sources of profit.
Haven't I made myself clear? Mr. Dongsheng, you've already been proven guilty of tax evasion. I just came here to see if you'd confess.
What? Proven guilty? How come? That's impossible. Absolutely absurd.
He's talking without rhyme or reason. Must be crumbling under Ganyu's pressure. Time for the finishing blow!
Mr. Dongsheng, can you tell me what this is?
It's an invoice from Fanmu Carpenters. I'm Master Lu. I didn't...
Do you admit to tax evasion? This transaction was absent from the tax record.
I didn't think you'd find out. I didn't leave a single trace.
Indeed. We wouldn't have found out if it weren't for Mr. Boalai's aid.
The lie? That imp from Wanyo Boutique? So he told on me behind my back. He's got his own share of dirty laundry.
Oh? Mr. Dongsheng, I'd like to hear a little more about this dirty laundry. Would you care to elaborate? I don't think you'll need my guidance for what comes next.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ganyu. I can take it from here.
That's good.
I must say, you're truly impressive, Ms. Ganyu. Your enemy knows you best. To think, you came up with this plan and executed it so masterfully.
It's actually one of your father's, the Tianshu's, old tricks. I just took some inspiration from it.
My father?
Pitting your opponent against their enemies and watching them drag each other down from an advantageous position, that's how Uncle Tian managed to keep his position in the Qixing secure for so many years. I figured that as Uncle Tian's daughter, you'd naturally grasp your father's strategies. So, I decided to use one of your father's tricks and play it out for you to see.
I can see it now. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about my father. I'm really grateful, Ms. Ganyu. You're the kindest mentor I've ever had. Thank you.
Ganyu solved both Huixin's work and family problems. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh, you've helped me so much. You must allow me to repay your kindness.
That's not necessary. No need to be so serious. It was nothing, really.
Then let me treat you to a meal. The Traveler and Paimon are invited as well. I appreciate your help.
Alright, come on, Ganyu. Just say yes. Let's eat. Oh, come on. It's just a meal.
If it's just a meal, there's no reason for me to decline. It'll be my pleasure, Huixin.
Actually, I've already booked Signor Kiosk. I need a moment to prepare everything first. Let's meet there in a while.
All right. We dare not refuse such generosity.
On to a meal.
What are you staring at?
I have one question and one question only.
Yes?
Where's Sarah?
She's not here.
Okay. Way to state the obvious, my guy.
What? I don't know what to tell you. I don't know where she went.
That was fucking great. Where's Sarah? She's not here. No shit, Sherlock. You fucking nut.
Thank you for
Oh man, do you have Warzone?
And as for the two of you, your
no, I don't think I
presence is
do.
also much appreciated.
You should get it and play with me. It's a free game. It's a battle royale game,
So kind of
but
you,
it's a
Huixin.
free game.
You went to great lengths to organize this.
I'm not really big on battle
Battle
royals.
Royales. Neither am I, but I'm fucking hooked on this one.
There's something I'd like to tell you.
Hey, there's my sexy girl. What's
If there's
up?
anything I can help
Oh,
you
is she
with,
back? I got
just tell me
unmuted.
straight
Yeah.
away. No need to hesitate.
I don't know if they're. I can't hear either of them if they're talking.
Oh, no, I don't really need
Hello.
help. Could you just listen for a
I
minute?
came in, my first thing was, I have one question only. Where is Sarah? And Rusty's answer
With
is,
pleasure.
she's not here! No shit.
When
Give me
I
a
was a
second.
little girl, my father used to tell me many stories about you, Miss Ganyu. Even though I have the utmost respect for my father, I always admired how gentle.
You still
and
streaming,
wise
Rusty?
you are.
I am.
I've only decided to join the Yuhai Pavilion
Should we
staff because I've
switch
always
channels
looked
or
up to
something?
you.
No, you guys are fine.
No, y'all, let's go.
I
Give me a
didn't
sec. Give
know
me
that
one
you think
minute.
so highly of me.
However, in reality, working at the Yuhai Pavilion turned out to be an arduous task. I can't compare myself to such an outstanding secretary like you. I often doubt myself as a result.
I disagree. You're a great secretary in your own right.
Thank you. Over the years, I became a mother, too.
So Uncle Tian is a grandpa!
Influenced by my youthful ideals, she followed my footsteps and came to be a secretary at the Yuhai Pavilion, too. At first, I was worried about her. It's not an easy job, after all. To tell the truth, I'm still unsure if she's capable enough. But after all that happened this time, I've made up my mind to support her choice.
So, what made you change your mind?
The fact that she'll have you, Ms. Ganyu, as her senior colleague. You'll help her, gentle as always.
Hello.
Your mom used to do it like that.
No.
It'd be such a beautiful moment. If it's not too much to ask for, she might still need
So
your
what's that?
guidance in 20 plus years, too.
Huishin, I never thought that I
Not
meant so
mad.
much
Probably
to
gonna
you.
get on s'mores though because I'm addicted
Just
to
like
this
you showed me my
game, even
father's
though I
choice.
hate it.
Having you as their witness makes people feel
I have a
at
love-hate relationship with this fucking game.
It's true that I've witnessed thousands of
I
years
think I'm
of
just
Liyue
tired of
Harbor's
carrying
history.
people. Like I'm really good at the game, and my cousin, he's getting better, but he's still not anywhere near where I'm at right now.
More than the source
So I still have to carry him, and then my other friend, who got me addicted to the game, doesn't even play the game anymore.
You've made me realize that
All the more reason for me not to start playing because you'd have to do the same with me too.
Oh man, that's okay. As long as I can teach you guys how to play from the start, rather than like getting people who play a little bit,
Of course.
and then then I meet them. Like for instance, I've got friends who have played almost as much as I have, and that are lower than me. But they I got them when they first got on, so they're better than my cousin right now.
It's all about the training.
Exactly. You have to have a good teacher, yo. I like to think of myself as a good teacher.
No time to waste. Let's get back to work.
I was liking trying to watch you play the other day, but I guess you couldn't.
My
computer couldn't handle it.
Wouldn't handle it. Yeah, my graphics card would have just like shit out on me if I tried. I guarantee you it would. That's why I stopped it.
What about setting it up on your phone to show the screen?
I mean, I could, yeah, actually. I just wouldn't be able to talk to you guys because I'm gonna use headphones. Like, for instance, I'm gonna, actually, wait a minute. No, I don't want to do that because this is logged in consistently 24/7 to my main account. I need it to stay for my main account. But I have an alt account.
Yeah, Uguay had a second account so that he could do video on his phone while being on his headset on his computer.
But my video camera is trash on my phone because the back camera glass is broken, so it's like got black dots on the camera, so you wouldn't be able to see what I'm doing.
Excuses. I see how it is.
Excuses, man.
I see how it is.
Don't judge me, man.
I do feel bad about waking you up yesterday, though.
It's chill. I don't know why you feel bad. I told you it's fine. You need to stop doing that to yourself. It's really fine, I promise. It's okay. I promise.
You even have
I
enough
pinky
time for
promise.
leisure?
That's the most
It seems
sacredest
you three are
of
a suitable
promises.
replacement for me after all.
Not at all. We just... We've been working for too long. If we didn't take a break,
We wouldn't have survived long enough to see you again, Miss Ganyu.
Miss Ganyu, we've missed you. That's so kind of you all. Given we've only met once.
We've been praying day and night for you to return and take over your duties again.
To
Yay,
us.
my suit.
An
Man.
adeptus coming down to the human world to save all life.
Yay,
Forget all our envious
Thank you.
complaints from before. Just free us
Can
from
you
this
see the
strenuous work,
gameplay if I do
please.
this? Like, show.
Oh, I see.
Oh, fuck.
Please divide the matters at hand into government
How
affairs,
far
Knocking
away
everything
does it
over.
have to be?
and civil affairs.
Pretty fucking much.
Mark out the tasks that haven't been
Can
started,
you see some of the
and those that
gameplay?
are in progress.
Yeah.
I'll take care
Yeah.
of the rest.
Of course.
We'll play it
We'll do
like
it
this.
right away.
Oh, finally. We're saved.
Oh, I even have the sound up here so that way you guys can actually hear. That's
yes.
perfect.
There's one more thing. I'd
That's
like
not what
to
I wanted,
earnestly
but that's okay.
thank you, traveler.
I will
If it
allow
weren't for your companionship,
Okay.
I would still be embroiled in my inner conflict right now. To think that I'd gained a human friend outside
Please
of
let me
work,
get somebody so I have a team,
it makes me
please.
happier
That'd be
than I could
awesome.
have imagined.
Otherwise,
I'd
I
like
don't
to
need
repay
this.
you when I'm done with the work at hand. What would you say if I accompanied you on one of your trips?
Sure, but
You guys want to see what I'm smoking on?
Rebecca.
Pure
Let's
wax.
cross that bridge when we come to it.
It's kind of
shall we?
like, you can't really see it. Oh, I got a teammate. Nice.
I am gonna eat, so I'll be back later.
Okay. See you later, bro. Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, I was talking to the guy in game.
Ah.
Yes.
Well, either way, we hear you loud and clear.
We're good. Can you hear the game?
Nope.
Oh, well, son of a bitch.
It's okay. It's fine.
If that's the case, you can't even hear it.
It's fine.
I know. So I said if that's the case, if you can't even hear it, I'll just put it in my headphones. Perfect. Since you can't even hear it. You might be able to hear it now.
Well, you see, the thing is that I don't really want to be able to hear it.
Oh, well.
We can hop
then you
into a
might wanna
different
mute me.
channel.
No, like if you guys are doing your own little live Discord live stream, then that's fine, as long as I don't click on it.
Yeah. Oh, what's up, buddy?
Nice.
Oh, you came out of nowhere, boy. Holy, can you see?
Yeah.
Can you see me killing people like this?
Yep.
While the monolith stands guard.
Here we go. Let's do this. Where do you want to drop?
Warzone.
What?
Call of Duty Warzone.
Alright, I'm down, bro. Let's go.
He's got his camera going to on his phone because his computer can't handle streaming it. So this way I can watch while he plays the game.
Cool. Let's go. Yes.
Still not biting.
I saw that self-revive kit. That's got to be nice.
Of course, there's somebody tracking me already. Let's get a little drop. Come to me.
Oh? I didn't think I would see you here.
Are these two your friends?
Yes. We had the fortune of meeting not too long ago. They are quite a knowledgeable and talented pair, and a pleasure to be around. Traveler, we were just discussing the history of Rex Lapis. Would you like to listen?
This, good sir, seems not to appreciate the almighty power of the Lord of Geo. As a professional archaeologist, I'm inclined to correct some of his erroneous views.
Every single time I bit into it,
discussing the
I've been trying to
whereabouts of
eat
the
it, but it's
first
just making me
Mora.
sick.
The first Mora?
As everyone knows, the Lord of Geo taught the ancient people of Liyue
It's
the craft
fucking
of
mushy
smelting,
and it just tastes
creating
weird,
goods
and
that
every
allowed
time
them
I
to
take a bite
divide
out of that
trade with
tastes
the
so
early nations of that time.
I don't know how.
Today,
fucking
Liyue
soap to
holds
me,
the
like
sole right to cast
fucking
Mora in the entire
powdered
continent
soap.
of Teyvat. The world's
I
very
don't taste
first
it.
Mora should
Well
have been
then, I'll give it
cast
to
by the
Rebecca if
hands
you
of
don't
the
want
Lord
it.
of Geo himself
I got my soup.
thousands of years ago.
According to my research,
Your
as
mom
well as
said it
my own
doesn't taste like
hypothesis,
soap,
I
but
believe
it
that this
shouldn't
coin
taste
of
like
unique
soap to
historical
you.
significance has been passed on secretly through the years as a
Probably
kind of
just not
token.
taste like
For
that.
example, perhaps the Qixing who control the Liyue use it in some kind of unknown ceremony they hold when they come to power.
Oh, no. My research indicates that the first Mora coin is not such a simple thing. Mora is a catalyst. This we all know. Even today, Mora is used in the mystic arts for its curious properties of weapon enhancement. The world's first Mora would no doubt possess the strongest power. My next historical treatise will boldly expound on the newest findings from my intense decade-long research.
Feeling this one from
That
Rebecca.
is, that the
I just
Lord
need
of Geo
something.
used this original Mora as a catalyst to enhance a dagger and a sword.
A dagger and a sword?
Well, buy the book when it comes out to read the full story. For now, I will only reveal this. The one who finds the dagger shall become supreme in Liyue, and the one who finds the sword may be crowned Liyue's sovereign.
I can't say I agree. Let us not speak of the authenticity of the dagger and sword first. But Mora and money came about simply because they are a convenient measure of a contract's value. Rex Lapis just meant for Mora to serve as a catalyst for people to exchange and trade. The world's first Mora is probably just an ordinary coin created by Rex Lapis. As for its fate, the same as all Mora, I suspect. It was simply spent somewhere.
I think that Mr. Hanshua's hypothesis seems reasonable. Mr. Zhongli's argument, on the other hand, lacks any evidence. How can you so easily dismiss the Lord of Geo's profound foresight?
No, I am not debating right or wrong. I am simply stating the fact.
Enough! Do you think you understand the Lord of Geo more than me?
I know but little about history, and I wouldn't dare to brag. But discussion is meaningless if everyone has the same.
Oh, man.
Well then, answer me this. Long ago, when Liyue Harbor was being constructed, the Lord of Geo taught the people how to build houses.
What?
The model home he used to teach them was completely cast from Mora, correct?
That is correct, indeed.
Okay, then tell me. Why would the Lord of Geo do something so extravagant it's not because of the mystical power that Mora contains?
There's a simple explanation, really. To the god of wealth and commerce, what material is easier to get than Mora?
Oh.
I mean, I am talking about Rex Lapis.
Excuse me, sir. I have some questions about archaeology. Can we find
Loading
somewhere quiet
next
to chat?
player.
I mean, if it's okay with you.
Oh, it's no problem at all. But may my friend accompany us? Perhaps they could be of some help.
Of course. They can come if that's what pleases you, sir. Let's go.
Oh man, I'm gonna mute myself. Give me a second.
What I'm about to say is a bit disrespectful of the Lord of Geo and would draw a lot of angry looks. So it's best to discuss this somewhere quiet. Your argument just now exhibited acuteness of speech and thought. Most importantly, you don't fall for the boasting and acting of the others. You remain objective. So I have a question for you. Perhaps you will answer differently from other scholars. Do you think that all the gods that the Geo Archon killed were evil?
Let's not analyze it in terms of good versus evil. Rex Lapis placed great importance on the integrity of contracts. So any gods he killed certainly must have broken some kind of contract.
Right! The Lord of Geo wouldn't kill the innocent.
But when I was doing some research, I learned about the legend of the god of salt. The god of salt, Havria, was a very kind god, but she encountered Morax one day in battle. Morax used a rather underhanded trick to assassinate her.
What? No way!
This bit of history is a long story. But you may not like the truth when you hear it.
Don't worry, please tell me what you know. This event, I've already searched for answers for a long time.
Quite so. I don't know where to begin.
Over here, Mr. Zhongli. I've been looking for you. Ah, so you're over here all this time.
Put down your weapon and stay back. Otherwise, Haimon's reporting you to the Millilith.
First of all, I'm not holding a weapon. There's no need to overreact now. I'm simply an archaeological researcher from Snezhnaya. I'm not here for trouble.
The Fatui say that every time.
But this time, I registered with the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs. I could show you the official documentation if you want to see it. I will be conducting an archaeological survey here, the results of which will all be shared with the ministry. I heard that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor had a consultant named Zhang Li, with immense knowledge of ancient history and archaeology. So I paid Wangsheng Funeral Parlor a handsome amount to hire Zhang Li as my own consultant while I'm in town.
So you mean to say that this is work for the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, yes? Well, since it's work, I don't have a choice. A consultant of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor must respect their duty.
Of course you would be such a reasonable man. Well then, let's head out now, shall we?
Wait, if you were studying archaeology, can I go too? I am also a scholar in this field, so I can help.
That will give us a chance to continue the topic we were just discussing. Oh, and you should tag along too. This experience may be of help to you on your future adventures. It is a story from before the rise of the Seven. Although the god of salt has already perished, it will still be a meaningful experience for your journey.
This is an archaeological expedition, not a tour group. That's too many people.
But this friend of mine has a treasure-finding talent, surpassed by no one. It will surely be of great help to us.
Oh? What talent?
If my friend espies a treasure chest, they will absolutely find a way to open it.
Hey, Paimon's good at that too!
Well, that is quite enticing. All right then. Well, let's go. There's no time to waste. When the Overlord of the Vortex was crushed by the Jade Chamber recently, perhaps something of interest was washed ashore. An ancient artifact would be good. Traces of ancient activity would be great. But a piece of the God's Limb would be even better. Who knows what surprises we may find. This place looks so ordinary. Can we really find anything valuable here?
Huh? Paimon thinks it looks really grand.
I don't mean the scenery, but rather that there should be something out of the ordinary. A big battle did just occur and all, and I don't even know where to begin looking here.
Guyan Stone Forest is actually the perfect place to be, if you wish to learn about the gods or the history of the Archon War. Legend has it that Rex Lapis threw spears made of large rock into the sea here, piercing and crushing the Overlord of the Vortex. After many years of wind erosion, those stone spears have turned into the unique rock formations we see now.
These mountains were the Lord of Geo's weapons?
What we see now is just the part of them that remains. The stone spears hurled by Rex Lapis all those years ago were much greater, both in number and in size. But due to the different angles they landed at, their large centers of mass, erosion by seawater and years of gravity, many of them have been completely swallowed by the sea. So besides wind erosion, the initial collapsing of the stone spears also played a big part in the formation of Guyan Stone Forest.
Well, a god able to fight one so powerful as Rex Lapis was certainly very strong in its own right.
Indeed. This is where the value lies in research at Guyan Stone Forest. Most of the objects from that time were lost to the sea. But the gigantic waves created by the Overlord of the Vortex have given those sunken objects a chance to see the light of day again.
So you're saying that if we look carefully, we'll be able to get very, very rich. I mean, rich with archaeological knowledge and historical value, yes? That's all I seek in life. Well, since we brought so many people, I think it would be best to split up and look.
Okay then, I will go with my friend here. Although I have a smattering of knowledge in various disciplines, when it comes to archaeology...
Well, this is gonna be a shit show.
With the
What is that?
Me?
What's the matter? This is your profession.
I don't know
Why
if
are
he
you
can
so
even hear us.
surprised?
I get it.
I can hear you, unless you
escort
mean,
him
I don't know if Vlad can hear us.
yeah, I was about to say Vlad. I don't know if he can hear us either.
If we find anything
Because he's got it on his phone.
let's meet on the shore opposite.
Probably does have it on his phone.
But he's got his headset on for the game.
Probably left behind lots of elemental marks. Following them should make our search much easier.
Well, go ahead then. Use your elemental sight to look for any marks.
Disappear!
Y'all still there?
We're still here.
Here.
Why are there enemies here?
No.
Stone Forest is a place where a god was defeated, and its remnants still affect the area to this day.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, he just disconnected. Apparently the 7 days server is up again, by the way.
Okay. I might join on later today.
Hello. Welcome back.
What's up?
Can you
7
hear
days
us?
server is up again.
Vlad, can you hear us this time?
I can.
Good.
Do you happen to have a Red Dragon keyboard and mouse?
Maybe. Why?
I thought I recognized the symbol on your mouse.
Mm-hmm.
I've got one too. Only my set's white. Because my tower was white, so. Yeah, 7 days server's up.
Alright, I might join in a minute. I'll be right back.
Alright.
I'm thinking if you're gonna still be playing the other game and streaming and stuff, it might be better for us to, everyone who's playing 7 days to be in a different channel. That way it doesn't bother you.
Well, I'm not really bothered by it. And if you guys want to, you can,
Distracting is my thinking.
Well, when I stream, I'm usually pretty quiet to begin with, so it doesn't really matter to me much.
I meant just that we'd be distracting to you.
How so?
Because you know how loud it can get with everybody in there.
Yeah, that is true. It can get very loud with a lot of people playing.
I was just thinking it might be a kindness to you to not distract you if we used a different channel.
Well, if you want to, you can.
I mean, if you don't think it's going to be an issue, and I'm not worried about it, but if it does become an issue, you'd let us know.
I will, but I don't think it will really.
Okay.
They're gathering together here. But why?
See that object in the center? Perhaps it emits the remnant strength of the god. That would certainly attract them. The hydromatic
Me?
monsters.
That's a different. game.
And must put my personal feelings aside. Go ahead. Defeat them and recover the relic.
I'm twitching again.
Ready, steady, go! I'll protect us. No escape!
A touch of frost. Disappear.
Hello.
Oh, Alchemist left. That's a surprise, but not really. Because Reggie and I don't game that much anymore, he probably left to go hang out with him.
Yeah, babe. It shows a different game. It says Portable 7D and Navigaine.
That, click connect. Let me see if it works. What? Hold on.
Not the right game.
Give me a second.
A touch of
That is definitely not the right game.
Hold on.
Let's dance!
What did Mark do?
It's just a stone slab, but its design is quite unique. This should be enough to garner some information. Let's head back.
Well, okay, hold on a second.
You call yourself a scholar of archaeology? You can't even recognize this or that. What are you good for?
We all have our areas of expertise. I
I'm
already
gonna go
tried very
ahead
hard to
and
explain.
restart the server.
Stop arguing!
Okay.
But keep it up real quick.
This girl just
Keep
keeps
it up. I
bragging
want
about
to
how
take a
she's an
picture of your
archaeologist,
thing.
but she doesn't even know anything about the surrounding ruins. I even know more than her. She left me to rely solely on guessing, experience, to find anything valuable to take back. Ugh, what a waste of time.
I've just been researching the god of salt, so I'm not familiar with sea relics. Is that so strange? And you kept
Alright,
asking
screw
about
it.
how
We'll
much
deal with
Mora
it
everything is
tomorrow.
worth. Can the value of relics only be measured in
See if
Mora?
you can join real quick. See what it says.
Isn't
I already
measuring
showed you
value
what it
in Mora
said.
the easiest way?
Alright, I'm going
This
to
also
restart the
matches
server
traditions
then.
of Liu.
Says it's the anti-cheat protected
No need
server.
to make a fuss. We were able to bring back some
Yeah,
intriguing
that's
objects.
fucking weird.
Let's have
Alright, Alright, I'm gonna restart the server real quick.
What a shame.
Okay.
These objects were indeed washed ashore by the Overlord of the Vortex, but they have nothing to do with the god besides being in the vicinity at the
I think I need to learn how to do this so that we can do it.
There's a
Instead
mysterious
of relying
power
on
in
Mark
the faint
all the
glow
time.
of divine
Good
power.
luck with that.
Perhaps it will be useful for research purposes.
Quick, give it to me. At least we didn't come for nothing. The power of the gods, yes. This is good. Oh, but these other objects are certainly worth a little something, right? It should be enough to cover the cost of hiring you. It's all mine.
So, it's only valuable for research if there are remnants of
the
divine
use of
power
your-
in it?
Not at all. My quest to uncover the history of the God of Salt is because
Kinda,
history can
sorta,
tell us
I
about
think.
culture and beliefs. But you're just
He's
trying
still
to use
playing his other
archaeology to
game,
get
so.
rich.
Nonsense. I'm a professional archaeology researcher from Snezhnaya. I swear. If I'm lying, may the Lord of Geo strike me down.
Oh, by the way, you probably don't want to sell that teacup.
Oh? Why's that?
That's not an ancient teacup. It's part of Ningguang's collection. It must have fallen here along with the Jade Chamber. So unless you want to mess with the Qixing...
Ah, I see. What a shame. It was of such high quality, too.
Oh my god.
You do want to sell these objects.
So what?
He said, why is
can't I
the
pursue wealth,
server
both intellectual
restarted?
and material?
I
Don't
said
be so
because we were
simple-minded.
gonna play, but that's what came up from me and
Alright
Sarah.
then.
He
No
said
need to
stop
stay here any
restarting
longer.
it. At this point, I'm just gonna say fuck it and go back to playing on me.
Let's go to Saltarai next.
No, if it has the wrong freaking save loaded, then what the fuck are we supposed to do, dude?
Yeah, he messaged me at 9:27, or no, 9:20. Let me know if there's any issues. Gonna try and enjoy the last bits of time I have with Casey as she's away tomorrow. I said 9:21. Yeah, I didn't want to bother you with all this because you were chilling with her. Then 9:27. So 5 minutes later, why is it restarting again? I sent him the picture. I'm literally gonna tell Jay, if he gives me any more attitude, it's gonna be a fuck you, man. Because I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Like, it's showing the wrong information, so what are we supposed to do? And I don't want to bother him, so I was just gonna shut it down.
I heard that Saltarai was once the home of the God of Salt's people. Therefore, there are sure to be loads of valuable relics nearby.
According to legend, the people of the God of Salt, Havria, enjoyed prosperous lives under her protection. But this legend has been around for ages. With the countless scrap collectors and treasure hoarders in the area, there probably aren't many valuable things left here.
Oh, good. That's just great. If I knew it was picked this clean before, I wouldn't have come.
About that, I know there's a ruin deep in this cave here. It's related to the God of Salt, which is actually how the area originally got
I
its
just
name
told
of
him,
Saltarai.
then shut everything down and we can
However,
worry about it
The
later.
ruin entrance has been sealed by a mysterious power. Nobody has been able to break the seal. I found a mechanism that seemed to be related to the seal. but
Okay.
When I undid the mechanism, the seal wasn't affected at all. So at the moment, the seal's origin and how to break it are very important topics in my research on the God of Salt. I don't know, there's no concrete evidence, but I'm pretty sure the seal is meant to hide some kind of
He
long-forgotten
said
truth. The God of Salt was a
that the only
benevolent
thing
god
that changed
adored by
is
the
the
people,
IP in the
not to
port.
mention
Okay, I
powerful.
see.
She wouldn't have any kind of
Okay,
shameful
so let me
secrets
load
to
up
hide.
7 days.
So, the one who
That's
wants to
why
hide
it was
some
a
truth
different
is very possibly
port
her
and
killer.
stuff, so of course a different game was gonna show up.
Doesn't sound like something the Lord of Geo would do, though.
Who cares about all that? It sounds like countless treasures of the God of Salt lie within this ruin, just waiting for
Well,
someone to
nice
find
of them to
right?
tell us this.
You weren't
Yeah,
listening at all,
yeah,
were you?
like fucking.
Even
Oh,
if there's
why
a
is it
mountain of treasures
restarting? Oh,
inside,
because
nobody can get in if the
the-
seal isn't broken.
I don't know.
Ah, but we have the illustrious Mr.
This is why I
Zhongli
don't
with
mess with
us.
stuff like this
He
because
looks
I
like he
don't know
knows
any
just
of
about
it.
everything. A little seal shouldn't be
How
any
are we
trouble
supposed
for
to
him.
know
This seal seems
the
to be
information
quite
if he doesn't
ancient.
give us the fucking
Even
information?
Mr. Zhongli may not know
He
all
says,
of its
oh, it's
secrets.
up and everything, and we go to load in, and it's not the right game. So how are we
Yeah.
supposed to know that it changed if he didn't tell us beforehand?
Knowledge about
Yeah, I
seals.
know. But, I mean, maybe he just noticed it just now. Whenever I sent him the message, he probably looked to see why we were getting a different game.
Okay, since Mr. Zhongli says so, follow me then.
Alright, so we go to here, to the pinned. Copy. And then we go to the port.
I'll protect us.
Here it is. There's some debris scattered here that, when put together, look like they definitely had to do with the god of salt. According to the inscription on the side, if one looks from a certain... See that? Although we activated the mechanism, nothing happened to the seal.
That's because there's actually another mechanism that must be activated.
Another?
Let me lead the way from here.
This place seems familiar. Huh, I remember. I think there's some elemental monuments here. So you're saying they're related to all this? When I investigated the seal last time, I had someone with a vision accompany me. But when we lit up all the elemental monuments, nothing happened.
That's because you don't just need to activate them at the same time, but in a certain order as well. Otherwise, the seal will not be broken. The secret to this puzzle is hidden in the legends about the Archon War. Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the north. All desolate and devoid of life. Liyue is vast, yet even one haven is hard to find.
To the north, to the east. Do the people of Liyue always talk in riddles?
I think I've heard this saying before.
Certainly you have. And the contents of this saying are also related to the god of salt, to provide a haven for her people, whose lives had been ravaged by the Archon War. This benevolent god searched all across Liyue. At that time, with the chaotic fires of war engulfing the land, even one sliver of peace was a luxury, and that haven she eventually found is right here. Today, it is known as Sal Turai.
How sad then. In the end, this peaceful place was destroyed by Morax.
Okay, enough with these ancient stories. Now that we have the clue, hurry up and break the seal. Whatever happened doesn't matter as long as we can get inside that ruin.
Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang
You there, babe?
in the east, Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the
Yeah, I'm here.
With this clue, you should be able to solve the puzzle.
I'll keep an eye on you.
Alright, let's try this again.
God damn it, game! I was trying to activate a fucking thing and you wouldn't activate it for me.
It showed up for a moment.
What, the NWO?
Yeah.
Look! The seal really was broken! Mr. Zhongli is
Okay,
indeed quite
connect to
remarkable.
IP 312412883.
It's time that people learn the
Game
hidden
port
truths lost to time.
26700. Connect.
This is how it must be.
Before entering the room, I have a proposal that will help us prevent the kind of senseless arguing between you two that we saw at Greenstone
What?
Forest.
Okay. What is it?
I propose you to agree upon a contract, stipulating that we alternate who gets claim to each treasure we encounter, with only one object permitted per claim. To show my sincerity, I won't be taking any treasure. This will...
Hey! Don't pass an opportunity like this up so easily!
I don't agree. I mean, you want me to split the treasure with this amateur archaeologist? No, absolutely not.
I don't agree either. He will only defile the precious relics left behind by the god of salt. I can't accept this.
Well then, if the contract
Nope.
is not agreed upon, I will no longer serve as your consultant on this expedition. You will have to rely on your own experience to find whatever
Just
treasures
forget
are
it.
hidden
Fuck
in
it.
this
Yeah.
room, as well as traps.
You have the audacity to demand this.
Bullshit.
Okay then. Even half of the treasure in the long-sealed ruin of the god of salt should be enough to make a fortune.
If you want me to agree upon this contract,
Seemed
so
like a
be
good
it.
idea initially,
I
but it's
have
just
one
turned
request,
into
Mr. Zhongli.
nothing but
If we
headache.
discovered the truth behind the god of salt,
And I feel bad that Jay
we must
wasted
judge it
money.
fairly, even if the truth harms Morax's image.
I can accept this arrangement. Well then, let's go.
I'll take care of it.
And I don't think you wasted money. It's just, this is buggy and I really don't want to deal with this bullshit right now. And he's trying to spend fucking time with Casey, and it's like, I don't want to deal with this at all right now. He can spend time with her, shutting down the server, I'm not worrying about it.
Yep. Let him know first so that he doesn't freak out about you shutting down the server.
It's not like he's on.
Let the show be.
He wants to start it up and fiddle with it, that's fine. But because it was a good idea, it's still a good idea, I just don't know what's going on. I don't know why all this stuff is changing or happening. I have no clue. So I just shut it down. Well, it's in the process of shutting down right now. But I don't know. I think I am going to hop off Discord so I don't have to deal with, you know, him getting mad at me or yelling at me or whatever and all that shit. He said I had no problem until you restarted it.
I ride on wind and cloud alike.
Yeah, it's just a waste of time and money at this point.
It's not a...
If he's gonna get pissy about him being the one that fucked up and not telling us, then I don't want to play.
He's saying that he said I had no problem until you restarted it. One server password worked. I got on mods workspace was there.
Okay. You restarted it because he didn't give us the information, so we thought something was wrong. That's on him. It's his fault.
He's worried about
He's
it.
gonna get fucking pissy. Fuck it.
Yeah, with the wind.
Are these statues?
These are people.
Duh.
They were probably followers of the god of salt.
How did they become this way?
What in the world is hidden deep in this ruin? Look at this. It's filled halfway with salt.
It just looks like a fancy salt holder. Seems like the god of salt was a god lacking in treasures.
According to my knowledge, it's no ordinary vessel. Although it is only half full, it is also forever half full. That is to say, it is bottomless.
What? You're saying that even if I pour the salt out, the amount inside won't change?
Exactly.
Able to produce endless salt. The god of salt is powerful indeed.
Finally, After all that effort, I've found precious treasure. I claim this is mine. I just need to pour the endless salt into 1,000 or 10,000 bags. I can sell it and make a fortune.
Hey, how can you use a relic of the god of salt for such a shallow pursuit?
If Mr. Clement wants this salt chalice, then the next object we find will belong to Miss Wanyan, according to the contract agreed upon.
Of course, as we agreed. But how can anything be worth more than this rare find?
Since we have a contract, it's no use for me to fight with him.
Then let's move on, shall we?
Solidified.
Just a simple ruler. It doesn't look to be worth anything.
This, if I remember correctly, this is some kind of measuring tool.
Indeed. But the god of salt imbued it with another power. When you stick this ruler in the ground, the surrounding area will become covered in salt, much like a rising tide covers the earth. The deeper it is stuck in the ground, the more salt will appear. It is essentially a bumper harvest of salt.
What? That's even better than the salt chalice!
Well then, according to our contract, the salt ruler goes to Miss Wanyan.
No, unacceptable. I paid for and organized this entire expedition. Why should I get the short end of the stick? And this girl has been useless. Why would she get anything?
Oh boy, here we go again.
So you are saying you want to break the contract?
So what if I break it? Now that I've seen how the mechanisms in this ruin work, I no longer need you. Let's not forget who hired who here. Why should I let you make the rules?
Because you agreed to a contract. Rex Lapis once said, ones who break their contracts shall suffer the wrath of the rock.
That is one of your Liyue gods. I am from Snezhnaya. I
will suffer the wrath of the rock. You may find it rather unpleasant.
Quake! This is
I shall confiscate your treasure as well. You are not worthy to continue any further into the ruin. Leave this place.
Oh, darn you! Just you wait.
Some archaeological survey. He could only pretend for so long. Hey, Paimon likes Mora, but Paimon doesn't do bad things.
Clement's wrongdoing stemmed from greed, yes. But besides greed, there are many other things that may tempt us to break contracts. When people see the object of their dreams, how many are really able to control their desire and follow the contract? I think we should be honest with each other now.
Huh? Be honest about what?
That in truth, not a single member of this archaeological expedition came here for archaeology.
Why do you say that?
Miss, you lack even the most basic archaeological knowledge, and can recognize naught but a few simple relics. However, you are an expert when it comes to anything regarding the god of salt. You aren't interested in archaeology or relics. What you're really interested in is the god of salt. I believe those legends about the god of salt that you mentioned on the Pearl Galley are passed down between generations at Yinyuan Hall.
Okay, that's enough. Sir, you are indeed a man of great knowledge and talents. I seem to have been right to seek you out once I plucked up my courage. You're right. I'm not a scholar of archaeology. I come from one of the 8 trades under the jurisdiction of the Qixing, Yinyuan Hall of the salt industry. Our ancestors were those protected by the god of salt all those years ago, when the Archon War engulfed the land in chaos.
Oh, right! Now that you mention it, the people of Leah very seldom use the name Morax.
During the war, Morax assassinated our god out of envy for her power. He left us alone and lost in the world. We hate him! But this is Morax's Leah after all. And its history is written as he wishes. So I seek proof of Morax's guilt. He has blood on his hands and cruelty in his heart. We agreed to a contract that we will face the truth head on, didn't we, Mr. Zhongli? You must judge this history fairly.
Naturally, of course. But I must add, Leah is no longer Morax's Leah. Come with me. All the answers you seek lie ahead.
There's going to be a twist in this, I just know it. But yeah, that's really why I wanted Zhongli as a permanent character, is because he is so amazing at his like attack and defense. Like he's an amazing like tank / DPS character. I love that move. See, I like his moves because not only that it fits him, but this pillar doesn't nearly get in the way as the Traveler's little rock pillar does. And also, that it actually gives you a defense boost. It gives you a defense boost when you use it.
This is a sword? Aha! It's a broken sword! This is proof! This proves that the god of salt had to fight back against the evil Morax. But sadly, she was defeated. The power of this sword surely is much greater than that of the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler. If we can repair the sword, then we can show the world the mighty power of the god of salt.
It does look like something left behind after being defeated in battle.
2 pieces of a broken sword. From an archaeological perspective, these are 2 separate relics. According to the contract, you can only claim one.
Why? We were alternating claims to treasure, true, but Clement is no longer here.
Yes, but the only one object per claim clause still holds true. You cannot take two relics at the same time.
This logic! Zhongli, she seems like a good person, and no one is fighting over the treasure. How about you let this one slide, huh?
When there's a contract, nothing can be allowed to slide. If the contract is not followed, then it is broken.
No! If I only take one half, then it can't be repaired, and the power of the God of Salt cannot be restored. No matter what, I must be faithful to her. Even if it breaks the contract, I don't care.
So you are already decided? Then there is a price to pay for breaking the contract.
Zhongli!
That is to say, you consign yourself to suffer the wrath of the rock.
That's okay. The God of Salt gave up her life to protect her people. My sacrifice is nothing compared to that. Punish me however you want. Just let me take this proof of my faith.
No, you can't hit her!
Perhaps that punishment would be easier for her. But, as punishment, I will tell you the truth.
Huh? The truth? You mean the truth is my punishment?
Yes. The truth that I am about to tell you shall be your price to pay for breaking the contract. I'm afraid to say that the God of Salt, Havria, was not the powerful god you imagine her to be. Rather, she was a small and weak god who yielded to all other gods. When it came to war, she lost, never able to win a seat among the seven.
What?
During the Archon War, the gods of this world used all their strength and cunning to vie for control of Teyvat. But Havria instead chose to flee. She thought that by giving up before a fight could start, she could save herself and her people from the war. However, during such a long war, there was no end to the advances of aggressors. After making countless concessions, Havria lost all of her lands, until only one small haven remained.
No! It can't be so!
In her last days, she had not even a single blade to defend her people with.
Not even a single blade? Then... this sword...
This sword is not a relic belonging to the God of Salt, but is instead the murder weapon used to kill her.
Murder weapon? No! That's not true! That can't be true! You're trying to test my faith in the God of Salt!
As I said before, I only state the facts.
Preposterous! You are a follower of Morax! Don't try to trick me!
Hey! Come back!
Indeed. Otherwise, why would I use the truth as punishment? I did not want to tell her such cruel facts. But the contract was broken. Let's follow her deeper into the room. There, I fear, we will find something that will leave her no choice but to face the truth.
So, we're just leaving this here? I guess so. I would like to take that and forge it and see what kind of weapon it was. But
Are these statue thingies running? What will we find ahead?
Salt and betrayal.
yeah, it looks like a lot of these people are running away from something.
What are all these? What did they see? What did they do? What happened?
Since you do not trust me, let us continue onward. That which lies beyond this door will show you all that happened back then.
Damn.
This is the scene of the crime. Havria's body dissipated, leaving nothing but these traces of salt. Her dying moments have since been frozen in time to this very day. The story continues that some among her people realized at last that this gentle, kind, but weak god could never protect anyone in wartime. The Archon War was cruel in the extreme. Instead of consigning her to the agony of defeat, they thought perhaps it would be better to give her a quick release.
But what about these statue thingies?
No matter how weak the god, the power that flows forth when they are slain is beyond the strength of mortal coils to bear. Those who could not flee were thus transformed. Those of her people who were untouched by this disaster left for Lyra, where they sought refuge with Rex Lapis. Their descendants feared Havria's remnants and lived in terror that she had laid upon them an eternal curse. So they risked their lives to come here, to break the sword, and offer up obeisances in hopes that her anger might be appeased. But they need not have done so. For how could a god who had never once resisted, even till the end, nurse hatred for her people in her heart?
Even if this is so, I can't. This must be a lie. A false history, all of it. Don't you dare try to shake my faith.
Yikes. Zhongli didn't show any mercy this time either.
This is the price she must pay. Yet I would not call it a bad thing. Judging by how she appeared, I fear that she will struggle for a time. But even if she may not escape that struggle immediately, simply recognizing the truth is good enough for now. Indeed, in ages past, Havria's story served as a warning to me as well. Faith in a god who has already passed will do you no good. So it is for Havria. And so it is for Morax also. All right then. Now, would you like to accompany me in taking a trip to Guiumstone Forest?
Huh? What do you want to do, Zhongli?
Treading old ground, telling old stories. One cannot help but be reminded of old acquaintances.
I like this story, even if it was not necessarily the cleanest. But I do actually like this. I like this story quite a bit. I actually want to see what happens in the second part of Zhongli's storyline, because he has two storylines. Although the second storyline will be for another day. He wants me to go up there. I can do that. Really? Really? The reason why I'm not jumping here is because I don't know how far away the ledge was. Yeah, I actually had to jump up all the way up here to get to that boat.
Now, I mentioned before that many gods of old have been sealed beneath the Guyan stone forest. The Adepti have presently handed Lear over to mortals, and Havria's time was even further in the past. The Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler that she left behind should not return to Lear. To leave them here is to let them slumber. And it is also a homecoming. I ended an era with my own two hands. I've always wondered how I should remember that which I ended. History records, but history may be changed. This incident proved that. Time is a mighty force, and history's twist in its flow. I need to find a better way of recording history in order to engrave its truth. Stone carvings were one such ancient method, but unchanging stone, immovable earth, even one such as myself. Someday we may all disappear.
Zhongli.
Therefore, I thought of you, traveler. You are one who crosses the celestial atlas, and who passes through countless worlds. If our history is engraved in your memory, it will one day accompany you into another world. As long as a traveler like you is able to record what happened, then a backup of sorts will exist for times and tides of Tibet.
Sounds like tough work.
Now then, it is time that we consigned both the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler to the sea.
Huh? Why do we need to throw them into the sea?
As I said before, this is the place to which the remnants of many bygone gods are consigned. This includes Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who the Jade Chamber most recently returned to this ocean prison. Thousands of years ago, the Adepti and I fought against the turmoil that plagued every corner of this land. Guyan stone forest, where I sealed many gods with my spears. After so long, naught but folk tales remain. Rosaria, you and I were foes, but our ancient grudge is but a bygone memory now. May that which Havria has left behind be yours to subsume. And thus another spark of divinity departs from Lear. My legacy shall now be left to those who come after to debate. I will remain here for a while. I fear that moments of reminiscence like this can only grow fewer. Though the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler do have power in their own right, they are nothing before Osial. If a day comes when he should recover his strength and return, I believe that even so, he will be defeated once more. I will remain here for a while. We did not measure right and wrong during the days of the Archon War in the same manner as we do today. Of course, as I am now, I only wish that she could have lived in a gentler time. I will remain here for a while. That is a good question. In the past, I might have given you a most specific answer. But now... Yes. I suppose I will continue in my role as a consultant at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. But if this journey was to your liking, why don't you come along the next time I am seeking to preserve memories of Leo's past?
I'll do just that. Next time I get the key to unlock your next toy quest, I'll do just that. But I think it's actually time to end the stream here. I'm not doing my 10-12 hour long streams because that tends to screw up the both the video when I export it to YouTube, and it just tends to screw up everything in general. So I'm going to keep it to about 4 to 4.5 hours long at the maximum. So anyways, I hope you guys like this stream. I hope the people that have watched this like this, including on the VODs. And as on to YouTube, I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.